Good morning, children. Gather round, gather round. That's right. I got another one. Yesterday, I went to the Walmart, do some groceries. I saw this little ditty, and I thought to myself, this is very nice. I will get this for the kiddies. Really, I got it for myself, but my daughter likes it, so she's going to be using this one in the wars. This is double barrel pump action shotgun. For a full grown adult, this would be more like a sawed off than a real double barrel. Real double barrel's very long. Punch perfect with the perfect punches. What's good, son? We got the double barrel pump action, the sawed off shot Yeezy. Check this shit out. Oh shit, there's no bullets in here. Oh man, yeah. Okay, so with this one, you actually load the shotgun shells into the housing. Oh shit! All right, there you go with that. And what you do with that, just like a real shotgun. Look at that! Look at. Ow! Ow! Shit is nice. My daughter loves this thing. This is her preferred. She doesn't like the automatic. She likes this one. And yeah, man, I'm having way too much fun. Several subjects on my mind. Amir Khan versus Kell Brook having a rematch clause is one of them. I'm not the least bit surprised to hear that fight has a rematch clause, because when I think of Amir and I think of Kell, I think of two guys that are going to milk this for everything it's worth. And if they can get two fights out of this, they will. The second fight is contingent upon the aesthetic and the outcome of the first fight, because if the first fight is a shit show, well, regardless of rematch clauses, nobody's going to want to see it. So I really question how that fight is going to play out. Two guys who are past their best days, though there still is an interesting domestic rivalry between them. I am going to be watching that fight. I like that fight. I've been telling you guys throughout, you guys that follow this channel, that when the fight is first announced, what you see is a lot of guys moaning, pretending that the night of the fight, they're not going to watch it. When we all know, if that fight is on, you're going to watch it. And with the frustration of COVID restrictions in the UK, those COVID restrictions are set to be lifted. But with the frustration that has created, you may see an influx of people going to fights and going outside and getting drunk and fucking these chicks and having fun. All right, because motherfuckers been locked down. They're frustrated. They're mad. It's their way of rebelling against Boris Johnson and his amazing haircuts. So I actually believe that Khan versus Brook, it might actually do very well commercially. I honestly believe that. UK Rob, what's good? No, this is the thing, Rob. I understand what you mean, that you're going to watch, but you're not excited. But I feel like there are a lot of people like you out there that I'm not excited about the fight, but yeah, I'm going to watch it. If you get enough people that harbor that sentiment, you're going to have a commercially successful fight. That no, I don't think that this fight is as exciting as it would have been a few years ago. And I don't think that the fight now is worth commercially what it would have been years ago when both of them were in their prime. I don't think that, but I still think the fight can do well commercially, because this is a fight that doesn't need a belt to help sell it. This fight doesn't require them to be in their prime to help sell it, because they're both, even though they're past their prime and they're past their best days, they're in the same place, Brook and Khan. They're in the same place in their careers. So it's still an even playing field, and there is still a lot of bad blood there. This is a genuine fight that's about bragging rights more than anything else. Southern Realist, we all have a mother, wife, daughters. Please consider if you would like to advertise them the same way you advertise. Hey, dog, like, what are you talking about, dog? Yes, I have a mother and a wife, and my wife gets horny and I get horny and we bone each other. You need to think about that, bro. You know what I mean? No derogatory terms were used in the making of this video. So what the hell are you talking about? There's a 90% chance they'll fight to survive, and that's why I won't watch. Fights like that are so annoying to watch. And I don't think that, Emma. I don't think that. I think that if anybody's going to be on the back foot, moving and punching and boxing, it's going to be Khan. I feel like Brook is going to be the aggressive guy. He's going to go for the knockout. And they both might be KG at first, but in the mid round, somebody's going to go for it. I think that it's a bragging rights fight at the end of the day, and I do feel like Amir Khan is in Kell Brook's head. So even if Khan wants to play the fight KG, even if he wants to do that, Brook might hit the gas. I was goody Ronnie Boy Fresh. Top of the morning. Timmy Nealon was good. Yeah, man, and I got a lot of thoughts on a lot of things. You know, I want to open up the panel to not like-minded individuals, but people that actually disagree with what I've been saying in reference to the Crawford versus Top Rank case. I want to open up the panel to people who disagree. So I don't want to have the normal panelists I normally have. I want to hear opposing views. I want to hear the opposing side's argument and how they feel about that whole situation. I was gonna judge. Hey, listen, man, all I'm saying is there's no harm in saying that people want to go outside and fuck, dog. A lot of people in the UK have been very frustrated with the COVID restrictions. That same frustration exists here in America, and a lot of people are frustrated. And the way I notice that people rebel and use that energy is to get out there and do shit, get out there and party, and get out there and use different drugs and have a lot of sex, and that's what people do, dog. That's what's going on. Get mad at me for saying so. Nah, we ain't gotta cancel Crawford. We ain't gotta do that. George was good. How late am I this time? Hey, I just started, bro. I just started. And Khan could blitz him before people forget how fast he is. But then again, Kell is strong, could drop and hurt Khan. I always thought Brook would beat him. I'm gonna tell you what, Grim. If this fight would have happened years ago, my pick years ago was Brook to win the fight. Years ago, that was my pick to win Khan versus Brook. There's a shift. There's a shift now because Khan's a smart guy. He's having the fight at the perfect time. I think that Brook might be shot to pieces. I think his punch resistance might be all but gone. And if Khan still has anything left of his speed, he could connect cleanly with some quick shots. He could finish the fight. Right now, I am leaning towards Amir Khan. Right now, I am. Jose Ramirez, I don't think Crawford is a pay-per-view attraction. Let me see. Brook would have eaten him years ago, but Brook has zero. Yeah. There you go. That's the same thing I'm saying, Kay. That's the same thing I'm saying. Same thing I'm saying. A few years ago, I would have picked Brook to win that fight. I would have picked Brook to stop Khan. But at this point, Brook's punch resistance is akin to Khan's. You know, his punch resistance, it looks like it's gone. And if his punch resistance is gone, that means he has the same Achilles heel that Amir Khan has always had, that he doesn't take the best punch. Well, if they have the same Achilles heel, I feel like it's a question of, okay, well, who can get off first? Who can land first? Khan has the edge in speed. Amir Khan. God damn it. Who do you honestly see Munguia fight? I see Munguia fighting Ballard, which has already been announced. And if he beats Ballard and Gennady Golovkin beats Ryota Murata, I see Munguia versus Golovkin in America later on this year. Fantasy fight Crawford versus Zoo, 140 pounds. I go Terrence Crawford, bro. I told you he's one of the best fighters I've ever seen. If it's Munguia versus Costa Zoo, I'm Munguia versus... it's early. If it's Terrence Crawford versus Costa Zoo, I go Terrence Crawford. JC, what it do? Yo, I don't know, bro. I watched the press conference. Mick Conlon is a good shit talker, man, and he talks good shit that you can believe. You know, he talks good shite. I literally just made a post about it there. Yo, that dude talks good shite. I like the shite that he talks. I don't even want to say shit. I'm going to say shite. He's very convincing, Mick Conlon. Mick Conlon of the Clan McConlon. I'm going to say this, and I don't disagree with you, Ronnie, because I said that myself. I believe that Munguia may be waiting for the WBC strap to become vacant upon Jermall Charlo moving up, at which point he will fight for it if he can, then perhaps bring that to a Golovkin fight, because it seems like his aim is to fight Golovkin at some point. That's the only guy I really see them talking about. And I feel like if you're Gennady Golovkin, okay, let's say you went to Japan, you did the money fight, you beat Ryota Murata. What's the next money fight? Well, the next money fight would be Canelo, but Canelo, Canelo is being Canelo. He's doing things that Canelo does. You may not get him. So the next money fight after that would be a Munguia fight. The next money fight after, the next money fight after that would be Munguia. Morning, Julius. Crawford don't need to be canceled. He's going to find out in court how dumb it was to do this. Conlon War Wagon. We'll see, because I've maintained my position throughout that the character assassination is very shoddy. They brought up a quote from Dana White, and the quote from Dana White was not even talking about a bias of any kind towards any group of any particular denomination. I remember that quote. Dana White said that he thinks Bob Arum is an asshole and he hates that guy. And he said, pay your fucking guy, pay your fucking guy. And he always says that Bob Arum is an asshole. And I said in my video, Bob Arum is an asshole. So when they mention that quote from Dana White, all the context has been removed from it. And the defense could turn right around and play the video of what Dana White said, or use the whole quote, that Dana White was making no mention to anything like what Crawford is alleging in the complaint or in the introduction of the lawsuit, that Dana White was just calling Bob an asshole because Bob's an asshole. That's what the defense can turn around and do. That is why I thought that was a shoddy quote to use. There are better quotes than that one that you can use, but when you use that one, you don't make much of a good case. For Dana White telling somebody to pay their fighter, motherfucker, you got Jake Paul telling you to pay your fighters. That's what the defense could turn around and say. It's not a good quote. What does Triple G really do for any fighter? Genuine question, not sarcasm. Money. Golovkin versus Munguia commercially is very successful, could be a very successful fight in the Southwest and south of the border, with the fans south of the border, because they're going to get behind Munguia to, support him in a Golovkin fight. Golovkin also has his own set of Chicano fans that they love him. They support him. I still see guys that support him. So if you ask me, what does Golovkin do for a guy like Munguia, a young guy who's trying to angle a lot and play it safe a lot? You'd rather fight an aging Golovkin than a prime Andrade, because that's what we see. At what point did Munguia express an interest in facing Demetrius Andrade? I've never seen that. But what I have seen is year after year, we ready for Golovkin. We want every year, we ready for Golovkin. We want Golovkin every year, like fucking clockwork. Appreciate that, Ebony. Most people in Mexico still want to see Triple G. That's true too. There's still an audience for that fight. The audience is nowhere near as big as it used to be, granted, but I do still see people ask for that fight. There's still an audience for that fight. Triple G will be forgotten, overrated career. I've said this for years. I don't put Triple G in the category of middleweights like Hagler, like Monzon, and like Robinson. I don't put him in that category. The title defense thing, which was a lot of promotion, about 4 or 5 of those defenses were defenses of a baby belt, not a full title. That was a baby belt. 5 of those defenses, they said Triple G broke Bernard Hopkins' record. No, he did not, because 5 of the defenses that they were trying to use were defenses of a baby belt. Bernard's defenses were defenses of full titles, and a full title, not a baby belt. So when somebody tells me that his career is overrated, yes, it's overrated. And you can go, this is not new. If you go back to video 2017 and 2018, I said he's not pound for pound number one on my list. No, he doesn't have, no. Dude, Triple G was a monster back in the day. He was avoided, yes, and being avoided doesn't mean you have a great resume. For a perspective, Filip Hrgovic is avoided, but who has he fought? I'm not knocking Filip Hrgovic. I see that guys don't want to fight him. I understand that. But because Joseph Parker didn't want to fight you, that shit don't mean that you beat somebody good. Because Luis Ortiz didn't want to fight you, well, that don't mean you beat somebody good. You know what I mean? Just because you was avoided, that doesn't mean you have a stellar resume. When Canelo faced Triple G, I'll be honest, I'd say Triple G was more. I agree with that. I do agree with that. I mean, you know, to me, we can interpret him not moving up in a variety of ways. I don't make excuses for it because, look, you got any number of guys that have been ranked as pound for pound fighters that moved up, right? They went as far as ranking Triple G. I didn't. Every pound for pound list I've ever published is posted to Instagram. Triple G has never been the number one pound for pound fighter on the Ring IQ pound for pound list, right? But the powers that be, they went as far as ranking him as the number one pound for pound fighter in the sport. They did that, right? And you look around at the people that have been around, Chocolatito, Canelo Alvarez, Terrence Crawford, Kazuto Ioka, Juan Francisco Estrada, just a whole buttload of guys that not only do they have good resumes, but they also moved up in weight. Their careers are not relegated to just one thing or one aspect. The main thing you kept hearing about Triple G was the title defense thing. And I just talked about how his title defense record or whatever it is, he didn't break Bernard Hopkins' record because Hopkins was defending a full title. 5 out of those title defenses they were talking about for Triple G were a baby belt. So no, you didn't break the record. I don't count them shits. What, you do? You know what I mean? When you think about that he never moved up in weight, I've always felt that, yeah, that hurts your case. That hurts your case. I don't want to hear all that. Oh, well, Hagler. Yo, dog, Hagler is one guy, bro. And don't try to sit here and tell me that Gennady Golovkin is on the level of Hagler. Really? You think that? Come on, B. This dude had like 40-something fucking fight. The dude had 40-something fucking or 30-something. That dude had mad fights before he even got to fight for a title. And he had mad fights before he even got the winner title. It's not the same, bro. It's not the same. I will say that Triple G was one of the best middleweights of his era and one of the best middleweights of his time. But you really have to look. Just do a study. Or just, give it a once-over. Review it. Robinson's resume, Hagler's resume, Monzone's resume, Hopkins, these people. Review it and ask yourself, when you look at Triple G's resume, Murray, Macklin, Gill, Monroe, Wade, Rosado, Curtis Stevens. Yo, you that's an ATG resume. Really? That's a fair point. I wanna highlight this. UK Rob, always with the spicy takes. He's one of my favorite people on this planet. He says not moving up made him rich, which is true. So if you're one of these guys that justifies business moves whenever it's convenient, you will have to admit that in not moving up in weight, he made a lot of fucking money. And that is 100% facts. Moving up for Andre Ward would not have got him the money that he made with Canelo Alvarez. That is a simple fucking fact. Kovalev got next to nothing on pay-per-view to fight Andre Ward. The pay-per-view brought in next to nothing. Whereas the fact remains, Triple G staying at middleweight, it did make him a lot more money than he would have made at 168. And staying there beyond the Canelo Alvarez fights, like, Well, you fought Canelo 2 times. You didn't move up after that. Well, look at what the zone paid this man for Steve Rolls, Sergey Divianchenko, and Camille Zeremata. Obscene fucking money, dog. The amount of money this man made in them 3 fights is obscene. So Rob makes a very valid point. Shout out to UK Rob in the UK. I don't know if he will be, Joe Mama. It's possible because this is the thing. It's my understanding that they count those defenses of those baby belts. It's my understanding they actually count that. So because of the number of title defenses that he had, because they count that shit, I don't. Those 5 defenses of a baby belt. Because they actually count those as legitimate title defenses, and because he was a unified champion, he might actually get in. Hey, JJJJ, do you think the zone makes money? I know they make money. If they didn't make money, they wouldn't have $800 million fucking dollars to purchase BT Sport. It's my understanding they have about 11 million subscribers around the world. Crawford fought a slick Felix Diaz and made him ordinary. That was a good win. Also, the Porter fight. Well, I didn't wait until now to say that. If you go to the videos I did in reference to that fight, in the build-up of that fight, that's what I said. Felix Diaz is a good win. That's a good fighter. Felix Diaz beat Adrian Granados better than Sean Porter did. Yeah. He beat him better. Go back and watch the fight. He beat him more decisively. Yeah, but Team Triple G Gimmick said that he was the best. Yeah, I know that. I mean, I know that. And that's why people hold him to that. Because that was some shit that they didn't need to see. Like, you didn't see. This the thing. I don't hold Triple G responsible for what Abel Sanchez said, but better still, you said that shit. And you got him that heat. That you saying that like he gonna fight somebody at 75. Who he gonna fight at 75? Who? Because you saying that shit. You train him and you saying that shit. So if he better than everybody at 75, are you gonna put him in there with somebody at 75? You created that expectation. You created that bar of standard shooting off at the mouth. So when you don't show and prove, people gonna point that out. They're like, you talking shit, bro. You talking shit about the guys at 68 and 75, but you sat at 60 the whole time. You know, it's like life, bro. There's a lot of angles to this shit that you could look at it. That what UK Rob says is true. And Triple G staying at middleweight, he ended up making far more money than he would have made at 168. He would not have made that money at 168. He wouldn't have. That's the truth. But that still don't change that your people was talking shit and people didn't forget. People didn't forget, yo. I would pick Bivol to win that fight. I think he can beat. I think this is what I think, dog. I don't know if I should get married to this notion, but something tells me Munguia could get him. Something tells me. We'll see. I don't want to make a prediction, but it's just that, yo, this motherfucker is mad old and he hasn't fought in a year. I really want to see how he looks against Murata because that motherfucker's old and he hasn't fought in a year. Very curious situation. Do you think Garcia versus Farmer happens? I think it could happen. Don't know if it will happen. I know that that's an ideal fight for a guy like Ryan Garcia, who's been out a year, and he needs a comeback fight. He's going to have ring rust. He's been out a full year. His whole thing is speed and timing. And what does a long layoff affect? Speed and timing. Farmer's more experienced, but he's smaller. He's coming off a loss. And he's coming off of 2 years of inactivity. So, yeah, it might happen. It might happen. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that, Bruce. I don't know, West Side. Maybe. That seems like that seemed like some shit that could happen. You know what I mean? It's a lot of shit out here, yo. Biggest mistake for Triple G is leaving disabled San. Disabled Sanchez. I remember motherfuckers used to say that. Disabled Sanchez. So we got the shotgun, and we got the shotgun shells on the side, man. You know what I mean? Put the shells in the shit. Disabled Sanchez, man. I kind of agree, but then again, it's like we don't know here and now that Jonathan Banks has been a bad move yet. You know, for what it's worth, Triple G is still fighting. Well, not really, but he's still winning, you know? And Triple G's a cold motherfucker, man, because when it comes down to it, he left Disabled Sanchez because of the money. He didn't want to give him more money. That's literally why he left that dude. He's a cold motherfucker. Shout out to Theo. Imagine if Thurman loses to Barrios. I will fucking laugh my ass off. If he loses to Barrios after giving that stupid ass speech, bro, I will laugh my fucking ass off, bro. I ain't even going front. But I'm going to have to catch the highlights because I'm not buying that shit. I'm not. Fuck out of here, B. You wildin'. It ain't, I got plenty of money, dog. I'm not buying that bullshit on principle. How is the price point for Thurman versus Barrios the same price point for undisputed super middleweight title fight? Where is the quality control? When I bought Canelo versus Plant, that was fucking $74.99 or 70, whatever it was. It was damn near 100. I paid whatever it costed. And I bought the Wilder trilogy with Fury, which was a title fight. All right. How the fuck is the price point for these two motherfuckers the same as the price point for them? Nah, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. If he lose that fight, I'm gonna fucking laugh for 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm gonna open up the panel to the chat. And like I said at the beginning of the video of the live, right? I want to get the other side of the story. Not the story, because I know the story. I want to get the other side of opposing views. Do you guys out there, who feels out there, right, that's in the chat, who feels that Top Rank failed Bud as a promotional outfit? I would like to hear from you because I don't want everybody just agreeing with shit that I say. Who out there feels that Top Rank failed to promote that fighter? I would like to hear that. Who, me? A Thurman fan? Bro, I would fucking laugh my fucking ass off. What step aside story, bro? In reference to which fight? Ring about to straighten that. Ryan about to straight. Oh shit. Ha 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 ha. Y'all fucked up. Y'all leave that man eye alone, man. Y'all leave that man eye alone, B. Y'all some cruel ass motherfuckers, man. Leave Tevin Farmer eye alone, B. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Yeah, man. The motherfucker shit. Napoli was good. Politics aside, I believe someone like David Avanesian would beat Keith Thurman. Possibly. I wouldn't put it past him. Got South London in the building. AJJJJ in the building. Now, I told you motherfuckers that you better be disagreeing with me because I want to hear opposing views. I want to hear from the people that believe that Top Rank failed. And I want to have a discussion. Everything is not a fucking argument. You know, like you can have a discussion. Like we can have a discussion about it. But I really would like to hear from the people that believe that Top Rank failed him as a promotional outfit. I would like to hear what constitutes that belief. I would like to hear that.
All right. If I'm gonna go first, I'm gonna say where I would say that they failed in one area, I would say that he's not really an ish talker. So because he's not an ish talker, I believe that Bob Arum should have done something a bit more to heighten his profile. And another thing I would say is I don't really think he's had too many big fights under their banner. I mean, he had some sideways fights like Kell Brook and stuff like that. Amir Khan sideways fights, which is good. But I think if he had done that earlier in his top rank career, then the only thing other than that would have been, you know, Errol Spence or Manny Pacquiao, those type of fights. And obviously, where they put the kibosh on the Pacquiao fight, that only leaves him with one fight, which is probably even more difficult to get. So I would say, yeah, that's where they would have failed him.
All right, I'm gonna go to Beats. Beats, you know we got opposing views on this, but I still love you. Where do you feel that they failed him?
Okay. He was there for 10 years, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
25 fights unbeaten.
Mm-hmm.
Undisputed champion. Champion at 3 weights.
Mm-hmm.
Consensus pound for pound number 1 or 2.
Mm.
Couldn't get him the Pacquiao fight. Couldn't get him the Spence fight.
Mm.
Is that not? Is it all right? Are we using semantics here? Is that a success by Bob Arum?
I would say okay. We all have to agree that they couldn't get him the Spence fight without getting into a long, drug out, because we already know that whole fucking shit.
And that's all the PBC's fault. You're saying?
I would say yeah. The Spence fight is the Pacquiao fight. I honestly believe a lot of people are misinformed because it even came out when Audi Attar tried to sue Manny Pacquiao with that frivolous lawsuit. It came out that they were trying to do the Crawford fight. That's the first thing.
So what about the fact that as soon as Al got in the game, he started a war with Al Heyman, him and Paco Baccarel?
I believe that that's just, see, this is the thing. I believe that that's just business without making it the same conversation that we've been having for 3 or 4 years about PBC versus Top Rank, right? I'm going to stick to the Pacquiao thing because that's what I hear a lot of people bring up, that they didn't get him the Pacquiao fight.
But that's not in the lawsuit, is it?
No, but people keep bringing it up. I said it's not in the lawsuit.
Yeah,
I said it's.
You're saying that he didn't get. He said that he killed it himself. He protected.
But that's the thing, Beats. He didn't. No, Beats.
You can't defend what he's actually. You know what I mean? Actually, said.
See there, Beats. You're having a debate. I'm not defending anything. I'm quoting him verbatim. Marcos Villegas asked him, if you wanted to make that fight now, would you make that fight? His words were, I'd kill that fight.
No, he said, I killed it.
No, he said, I'd kill it. We can play it, bro. I did a whole video on it. And how everybody's saying that he killed the fight. Freddie Roach in 2016 and 2017 said that Bob is pushing for that fight, but he is concerned.
Freddie Roach even said that Bob kept him away from him. Freddie Roach even said
it. What I saw Freddie and Team Pacquiao saying in so many words communicated to me that they didn't want that fight. That's what it communicated to me.
Roach said Bob is protecting Manny. I think Bob is protecting Manny from Terrence. That's what Freddie Roach said.
If you can link me, I would like to see that article. If you can link me.
Let's see if we can get it. I want to ask you another question while I'm doing it.
Okay.
Did Bob fail Mayweather?
No. Oh, yes.
He failed Mayweather, but he didn't fail Crawford.
This is why he failed Mayweather. But De La Hoya versus Mayweather could have happened if he would have made it. That was a situation where he had the power to make the fight. That's the fight that Mayweather ended up having anyway. And hindsight being 2020, that's the fight that catapulted Mayweather to what he became. So you actually had the power to make that fight, but because you had a low opinion of Mayweather, you didn't make it.
So what's the difference between that?
Does Bob have the power to make Spence versus Crawford?
You have the power to make the Pacquiao fight. I know it's not in the lawsuit. You have the power to make that too.
But you got to decide. You just told me it's not in the lawsuit.
I'm not talking about the lawsuit. Forget that. It's not all about the
lawsuit. Then forget the lawsuit and let's get back to the Pacquiao fight. It is my understanding. It's a fight he could have made, wasn't it? Now, once again, It's my understanding that he was trying to make that fight more than once, from 2016 till last year. No, not last year, 2020. It's my understanding he did try to make that fight.
You've also kind of done a bit of slick shit as well, like when you said something about the legal document was something a kid could have wrote up. But then again, you're not in the professional law in legalese to say any different, to say what it should look like.
Well, all right. Well, when you use a quote from Dana White, if we're gonna do this, Beats, when you use a quote from Dana White that has absolutely nothing to do with race, and he was talking about Bob being a cheap asshole, right? You know that the defense can turn right around and say that about Dana White.
All right, do you want to share the screen? Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see.
This one.
The introduction to the lawsuit brings up something that Dana White said. The introduction to the lawsuit brings up something that Floyd Mayweather Jr. said. All of that in a court of law is called hearsay, because unless you have a written statement from Floyd Mayweather and you have a written statement from Dana White in court, that is what you call hearsay. And there is a rule against hearsay. You can't use that as evidence of what you're accusing him of because it's hearsay. It's not reliable. You would need them to come in and testify or produce a written statement. And even if they did, that still does not constitute what you're saying.
All right, so you're saying basically that
I'm not saying that's court. And most people don't want to understand that that's how court works.
I'm not talking about court. I'm talking to you as we talk boxing. Right?
Okay.
Are you saying that Bob has treated Latin fighters the same way he's treated blacks? Is that what you're saying? It's been equal all the way through?
Yes, because not that long ago, I saw Teofimo Lopez bellyaching about money that he wanted. He wanted more money than Bob was willing to give up, and they ended up in a situation. Before Teofimo, I saw Mikey Garcia complaining that I forgot what his initial complaint was, but he wanted $2 million for a Crawford fight, and Bob, being Bob, was being cheap. He didn't want to give him the $2 million for the Crawford fight.
So you're comparing two guys who have never been consensus, even pound for pound, 5 fighters against Crawford and Mayweather.
Being pound for pound has absolutely nothing to do with marquee value, because Andre Ward was a pound for pound fighter that had virtually no marquee value in America, and he was rated #1.
But more marquee value than Lopez, I tell you that now. And Mikey.
Well, I'm not debating whether or not Crawford had more marquee value than Lopez.
You
brought up pound for pound as if that has anything to do with drawing power. Chocolatito was once #1 pound for pound. When was he a big marquee attraction in America?
You see, you're trying to fly away from the topic.
I'm not You brought up pound for pound.
Finish. I'm talking about what you brought up the examples of Lopez and Mikey. So
because you asked me about Latino fighters.
Wait a minute. I'm telling you this now. Your argument is to compare two guys who haven't achieved anything near what Floyd and Crawford has. You're comparing their treatment to theirs, to Crawford and Thing, and that's a fair comparison. How?
You asked me if I feel that Bob Arum has treated Latino fighters the same way he's treating Crawford. I would say yes, because all of them seem to have an issue with him. Oscar De La Hoya left him. Lopez wanted more money for the Cambosos fight, and he had to go somewhere else to get it. Mikey Garcia was having promotional issues that saw him sit out for over 2 years. So yes, Latino fighters have had issues with Bob Arum, the same way Crawford is having issues with Bob Arum.
Yeah, but Crawford is having issues because he's done everything you can do, right? Undisputed, right? Multiple weight champ, consensus pound for pound. You can't put Lopez and the other guy, Mikey, in that bracket there.
And I'm telling you, whether you want to accept it or not, that being ranked on a pound for pound list has absolutely nothing to do with a breach of contract, which is what Crawford is alleging, that there's a breach, that they reached in a... Dog, you got to let me talk. I'm letting you talk. When you sue a guy for a breach of contract, the only thing that can constitute that breach is documentation that has absolutely nothing to do with who ESPN ranks and where they rank them, or Ring Magazine, or me, or you. You're saying that they made a promise they didn't deliver on, and that promise is on paper. All you have to do is produce the documentation. The other stuff, which is what the case is not about, but that's what everybody's focusing on. The other stuff, when you say that, oh, well, he's this and he's that against black fighters, right? And you give me a quote from Dana White. The quote from Dana White was literally not in reference to what you're saying. I know because I remember the quote. He was talking about how Bob Arum is a cheap asshole who doesn't want to pay his fighters and how he hates him, right? Cool. That's cool. I don't have an issue with that. But you have to understand that Bob Arum's defense can throw that right out by saying, you do realize that Dana White's own fighters think he's a cheap asshole. The same thing Dana's saying about Bob, right? There's a guy named Jake Paul saying that about Dana. That's not evidence of what you're saying. It's not.
Like, you're going everywhere. What are we talking about? Breach of contract or race or Dana White now?
I made it very specific. The lawsuit is in reference to a breach of contract, but the introduction to the lawsuit, which I posted here, it brings up everything I just said. Now, you either want to talk about the lawsuit or you want to talk about your feelings.
My feelings? What are my feelings?
Which one do you want to talk about? Pick.
Wait, I asked you a question. Did you, right, about who it does about Bob Arum treat black fighters the same as Mexicans? And you said he did. And your examples were underachievers compared to the best in the game, which is absolutely ridiculous. How do you treat underachievers the same as Crawford and Mayweather, to make an example?
Where do you get that they're underachievers? What fighter, what Latino fighter are you expecting me to compare him to aside from the fighters that he has in his stable? Who are you expecting me to compare him to?
Well, that's exactly.
See, for your comparison to be valid, you would have to show me a Latino fighter. You would because you didn't specify that they have to be ranked in a certain place on a pound for pound list.
No. Well, how would that not be a fact?
Now you're saying, okay, Crawford is rated 8. Now you're saying because Crawford is rated on a pound for pound list that he's supposed to get better treatment than them. And I would say to that, he did. Mikey's never been on pay-per-view by way of Top Rank. Teofimo Lopez has never been on pay-per-view by way of Top Rank. Neither Teofimo Lopez or Mikey Garcia or Miguel Burchelt or Oscar Valdez or Jose Zapata or Jose Ramirez. I don't know any Latino fighter that gets as much money up front as Terrence Crawford.
How would their accomplishments not be a factor in their treatment? How would their accomplishments not be a factor? You are rewarded on your accomplishments, or where have I got that wrong?
Yes, you are, but what Latino fighter is as accomplished as Terrence Crawford to make the comparison valid?
Exactly that. If they're not as accomplished, they should be going way further than what they are then.
Are they getting more than Terrence Crawford?
Huh?
Are they getting more than Terrence Crawford?
Who's that, Mikey or
the Latino fighters? Any of them? Forget Mikey. He's not a top-ranked fighter anymore. Not that he was making the kind of money. Not that he was making the kind of money that Terrence Crawford is making. My question to you is, okay, show me a Latino fighter that is getting the same money as Terrence Crawford.
They should be, because they're not as accomplished.
But they're not. So what are you talking about? They're not getting the same money he's getting. They're getting way less.
Yeah, but Bob is not delivering the fights.
Oh, so Bob by himself can make the Spence fight.
He started the war with the promoter. And look, I'm not saying that the PBC are not a factor, but there are multiple issues here. The PBC have been at fault that he can't get the Spence fight, but Bob started the war. And when you're using language like, oh, if you go to the white guy and the brotherhood you have over there, that is what? That's inflammatory language. Is that or not a breach of how you're supposed to conduct business to negotiate fights for Crawford? I don't know. It could be. It could be not. I'm not a legalese person, but it could possibly.
I would say that Bob Arum didn't make the situation better by saying that, but I also see that Bob Arum has had a few choice words in reference to Eddie Hearn, and Eddie Hearn has still worked with him regardless. And is still willing to regardless. So when I see that all of a sudden, because Crawford decided to sue Top Rank, the same channels that held Spence and the PBC responsible for the fight not happening, oh, now they're not responsible?
Wait. If you're referring to me, I've always put Bob on Front Street for what he done to Al Haymon.
Beats, who's responsible for? Do you think Spence wants that fight? I'm just curious.
I've already said that, all right. But I believe that there's an environment that has been created that has led to Spence and the PBC going even further from making a fight with the likes of
And I don't, and you know why I don't believe that? Because the quote that you used, right? That quote that you used, that's from circa 2018, 2019. That quote is after Errol Spence Jr. started saying, I'm not going to ESPN. That quote is after Spence said, I'm the A side. He got to come to Showtime and Fox, knowing that he was under contract with ESPN. Spence already made up his mind a long time ago.
Spence said that Bob doesn't treat Bud like he treats the Latin fighters. Spence said it as well. Loads of people are saying it.
A lot of people can say that, but that doesn't make it true, because I don't know a Latino fighter under Top Rank that makes anywhere near as much as Crawford or has been on pay-per-view as many times.
Saying that, but they shouldn't make as much because they haven't accomplished as
Well,
much.
but that's the point, Beats. They're not making as much. If they were making the same money as Terrence Crawford, if you told me that Miguel Burchelt makes the same money as Terrence Crawford, then I'd understand. That guy don't make the money Crawford makes. Nobody does outside of Tyson Fury.
No. See, that,
Yeah.
so
You know, one thing I'll say quickly, yeah, is Al Heyman is way more sensitive than Eddie Hearn. So if Bob Arum says something about Eddie Hearn, it's probably no skin off his nose, because all he cares about is the money. But if you say something, if you say something about Al Heyman might cut his nose off to spite his face, and he'd rather just make an in-house fight.
Now,
He'd probably just say, fuck you.
Now, South London, I don't disagree with you, but this is what I'm going to say. The situation for Crawford, it hasn't changed based on the lawsuit. And the situation I see is that the PBC was actually willing to work with Top Rank even after Tyson Fury climbed into bed with Top Rank. They were still willing to make that fight. Whereas with the Spence fight, it was different. And for those that don't know, the contract for the second fight is not the contract for the first fight. People need to get that in their heads. The whole situation, hold on, I'm not done. The whole situation had to get renegotiated because now this guy has a U.S. broadcast partner and a U.S. promoter, right? In spite of all the difficulties that are involved with making a cross-promotional, cross-network fight, the PBC decided to do that fight. But when it came to Crawford, they didn't want to do it. And they're still saying that. Tim Smith is still saying that. Even though there's no Top Rank.
One question for you, Ring. Do you think, they dropped the ball for Terrence Crawford, and then I'll have a follow-up for whatever answer?
I'm going to tell you what I think. Please don't interrupt me, anybody. I honestly believe that they did what they could. They did as much as they could do, because every time Terrence Crawford had a fight, I knew about it. 2 out of his 3 pay-per-views, I bought them. So as far as promotion, he was promoted. That's the biggest sports network in the country. Everybody knew he was fighting, including his critics, including the people that belittled and berated him his whole time at 147. They knew about his fights too. So he was promoted. The problem is they didn't want to support him. They didn't want to get behind him. The same Terrence Crawford with the same resume, make him from the UK with that same resume. He's not going to have a church built in his name? He's not? See, what I see is it's not promotion. What I see is it's tribalism. They didn't want to get behind Crawford. They didn't want to.
Who started the tribalism?
They did.
No,
this is not a war. This is not a war. This is a pretend. You know what this is? This is a pretend war for people that don't know what war feels like. This is a pretend war. And it's a pretend war because Terrence Crawford, all of a sudden you care about Crawford only because he's suing Bob. After it was announced that Terrence Crawford is now a free agent and he's not with Top Rank anymore. After that was announced,
I've always had Buck's corner. So
I'm still in his corner, but I'm not talking about you. That's the thing. Too many people are putting themselves into the argument when for me it's simple. It's very simple. The people that needed to support Crawford did not support him.
Yeah, but I've heard you kind of like, I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, right? But I've heard you kind of say like, Bob's kind of done Crawford a favor by paying him what he's paid him, like he hasn't earned it.
I've never used the word favor.
So what is it? Has he been overpaid, or has Bob invested in Crawford?
In the sense of business, yes, you've been overpaid, and Crawford's not the only fighter that's been overpaid. You also heard me say that about Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury is not a $30 million fighter. Bullshit. And that's why you lost money. And I've been saying that for like a year and a half, 2 years.
It's an investment.
It's a loss. It's a beats. It's a loss. It's a loss. If you pay a fighter $30 million up front on you do that on the premise that they can bring it back. You gave Tyson Fury $30 million to fight Wilder in America based on the first fight. The first fight wasn't a $30 million. The first fight sold 325,000 pay-per-views. Where do you get that Tyson Fury is a $30 million fighter?
What does that mean? That means he's incompetent as a promoter. If he's overpaying Tyson Fury and Bud and hasn't recouped on neither of them, what does that say? He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, but I said that.
But you're defending Bob.
I'm not defending Bob. I'm analyzing a legal case. You don't want to understand that. I've been saying this. If I say in a court of law, you're innocent until proven guilty, you need to slow down and process that. It's not about feelings in a court of law. I'm sorry if you feel some type of way about that, but that's literally how court works.
But do you know one thing, right? He said publicly, he said publicly that Crawford is losing him money, right?
And what did I say?
He never said publicly. He never said publicly that Tyson is losing him money.
Yes, he did.
Tyson's probably losing him more money than Bud.
Yes, he did. And I heard it, and I've talked about it on this channel. He was asked point blank by Barbershop Conversations, yo, are you losing money? Are you in the red over Tyson Fury? He said yes.
Yeah, but the difference is he made that.
No, but he done damage control when he said that.
He said, I was in the red. But with Terrence, he's slandering Terrence. I've lost on all the fights. He's not fit. He can't say.
Well, here's the difference. Here's the difference that you don't seem to want to acknowledge. And I understand it because it's money. Tyson Fury did a $19 million gate. He lost money on the second fight. They made some of it back on the third fight. That's what you're not saying. You're not saying that they made some of it back.
But he's still in the red, though.
I don't know that he's still in the red. I haven't heard him say that he's in the red since then. I don't know that.
I don't know. He said that's what he said to Barbershop.
But I know that they made some of the money back, that they're in the plus. And why are they in the plus? Because of what I said. Look at the guaranteed purses from the second fight to the third fight. Did they promise anybody $30 million up front for the third fight? No, you learned your lesson. This dude ain't no $30 million fighter.
He's slandering Bud. A potential.
Okay, so do you know what slander is?
Well, of course I know.
Because you're saying it. You're saying it, not me.
Yeah, if you're coming out saying that you've lost me money and I would rather buy houses, that is slander.
That's not slander. Not if it's a fact. Because that's how slander works. If he can prove, and he didn't say all of his fights. He didn't. That's the other thing. He didn't say all of his fights. He said his last 3 fights. Now, if he can prove in a court of law, right, because you're using a legal term, slander is a legal term, in case you're not aware. And if he can prove that I lost money on this fight, and this fight, and this fight, and this, if he can prove that, you know that's not slander, right?
And if Bud can prove that he done exception, he sold out Oklahoma and gave him a market.
Is that what the case is about?
I'm just saying. If you're saying that Bob's done all this, but Terrence has been an asset as well.
In what way?
What do you mean? He gave him a market in Omaha for a start.
And what gates did they do in Omaha?
Sold it out how much times? Was it 3 or 4?
But what did the gates do?
What do you mean what they did?
Here's an example. Jose Ramirez sold 14,000 tickets over there on the West Coast. What kind of gate is that, though? Is that like a $17 million gate? No. So why are you comparing what you do in Omaha to what you do in Vegas? It doesn't work like that. And if you don't know that, well, I'm sorry, but no, it doesn't work like that. I'm sorry. What do you want me to say? It doesn't work like that. The same way when I tell you, Bob Arum, like it or not, the same as me, the same as anybody else that ends up in court. You are innocent until proven guilty. That's how it works. You're
And
innocent until proven guilty.
what was
If I say, yo, Beats,
wait, you're saying that, but you've also said that Bud's gonna lose. But Bud's thing,
I said that he doesn't have a case for racial bias.
Well, then, so you're assuming something before the points have been proven as well. Then,
not based on what he said. No, I don't think he has a case for racial bias.
What has he said? How do you know? Do you how much racial?
Because I read the legal document. Did you?
Why? What does it say? What does it say?
It says his introduction, his entire introduction, is in reference to a racial bias. But his actual complaints are not in. All right, dog. Are you going to let me answer the question? Or
what is the racial bias? That's what I want to know.
Read. Or let me pull up the legal document. Do I have it here? Because his whole introduction is this guy has a racial bias against me. But this is his complaint. Where is the complaint? Because I had it here.
Wait. Was it against me or black fighters?
Oh, well, he said against black fighters in general, actually. He did expand it. He did expand it to more than himself.
What he said was incorrect. And in that case, right, we've got Ray Mercer, we've got Corey Spinks, we've got Tony Tucker, we've got loads of fighters who are still to come out. Right. So
wait a minute. So let me see if I understand. You're saying, wait, let me see if I understand. You're saying that these fighters are going to come forward as character witnesses to Terrence Crawford's case.
I'm saying if there's going to be a case against other fighters, there is a lot to pick from, and there's more than what's on board.
I'm going to ask you about the case. Which is the case that got posted? Tony Tucker's case, right? Did Tony Tucker reference a racial bias? Because I saw the legal document.
No, he didn't.
He didn't, right?
But Corey Spinks did.
All right, Corey Spinks, cool. And Ray Mercer, cool. Are they going to come forward for Terrence?
I don't know. I'm saying potentially the cases are out there to back up Terrence.
And if I tell you that unless they're going to, you can't say that the cases are out there to back up Terrence unless they're going to come forward and testify for him. This is. Oh, let me do this. Let me do this because see, this is the difference. This is the difference between what you're doing, and what I'm doing. I'm reviewing a legal case. That's literally what I'm doing based on how court works. You're telling me how you feel that you don't like Bob. Yeah, I knew that already. I'm not talking about feelings. I said in the last video I did, unless Ray Mercer is going to come forward on Terrence Crawford's behalf as a character witness to characterize the racial bias that he's describing, it means nothing to Terrence's case.
I said, before you try and paint me out as some irrational whatever does not know what I'm talking about.
I didn't use those words.
Which I'm far from that. I can hold my own in any debate. I said potentially there is a lot of racial allegations that could be made at Bob of how he's handled black fighters. I said potentially. I didn't say they were all coming in the courtroom. When did I say that?
Well, I didn't say you said that. I asked you if you said that, if that's what you meant. I didn't say that you said that. These are not semantics. I asked you a question because you brought it up. You brought it up. I didn't bring it up. You brought it up.
Hasn't Bob said that he doesn't know the black market? Hasn't Bob said that himself?
Yes, he has.
If you heard me say potential, then you wouldn't have had to say, are you saying all the fighters are coming to court? I didn't
because I just told you I'm talking about a legal case, and you brought up the Ray Mercer stuff. And I already did a video on it talking about how Ray has to come forward as a character witness on Terrence Crawford's behalf. I don't know if he's going to do that. I don't know that. But for it to count, when you talk about Crawford's case as opposed to what Ray is talking about, okay, the way you connect the dots, Crawford's attorney would have to reach out to Ray, tell Ray, I want you to testify on Crawford's behalf that there is a racial bias over there at Top Rank against fighters of color. That's the only way that counts. If you don't do that, right? If you don't do that, you know what that is? It's irrelevant to Crawford's case.
At the same time, are George Foreman and Ali's daughter going to come forward and protect Tim Bradley? Are they going to come and defend him?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. It's the same answer. It's literally the same answer. I don't know. Maybe.
know. You don't, just like I don't know who's going to come. So, like I'm saying, you don't know who's going to come and defend Bob. I'm saying you don't know who's going to come and defend Terrence. Just likewise, I'm saying potentially they're out there.
Okay, and I'm saying, listen carefully. I'm saying, if you want to use Ray Mercer's testimony, he has to come forward, because unless he does, it's irrelevant to Crawford's case. That is a factual. No, listen. That's a factual statement. All right. I'm telling you that because there's a video on YouTube, right? If you brought up that video in a court of law, it's going to be called hearsay, and then it's going to get thrown out, right? Because there's hearsay for Bob, there's hearsay against Bob. That hearsay is not reliable. Now, you need now listen, because I can see that you don't know how this. I can see, and it's okay. Most people don't. It's okay. I don't expect everybody to know. That's why I made videos about it, because I know most people don't know. But in order for it to count, first, you either have to get written testimony from someone you're using as a character witness. You'd have to get it on paper, or they would have to be there for it to count. And even then, the problem is that, okay, Ray, that's your version of what happened. What is Bob's version of what happened? And if Bob's version don't match up with Ray's, it's he said, she said, and it's like, well, that's not proof of what you're talking about. That's not proof. Anybody can sit up there on a stand and say whatever they want, but is that evidence? No. Case in point. Rolly Romero very recently was accused of sexual misconduct by several girls. What ended up happening?
So with what you said about black fighters, right? They say there's going to be a case that you're saying that Bob is shown biased against black fighters, right? We agree with that? I
don't agree with that.
No, I'm saying that that's been written. I'm saying that's what they're going to say.
All right. Well, yeah, that's Crawford. That's Crawford. It's not. Well, listen, it's not for me to agree or disagree with. That is literally Crawford's introduction. That's the introduction to his case.
Here's my plate, bro. You know what I mean? Come on, man. So basically, they're saying they've got evidence, according to them, that Bob has shown bias to black fighters. Are you saying that they're going to say that and come with nothing at all?
No, no. See, this is what you're missing, right? All right. Now let me explain this to you, and you need to calm down. All right. The complaint. Listen to me. You need to listen, because I'm listening to you, right? You need to listen. Listen. The complaint is in reference to a breach of contract. The complaint itself is all in reference to documentation, right? What makes the case shoddy is your complaint is one thing, your introduction to the case is another. Those are like two separate matters. And you've made a case that would be very difficult to prove, and you've made a case that could get you right now. You're not letting me finish. You've made a case that on one end, a breach of contract is fairly simple to prove. If you have the documentation, you either have it or you don't. You either have the written agreement on paper that says, look, this guy promised me that he would get me a Spence fight, and if he don't, he's going to give me X amount of dollars. If you got that and some signatures, you got the case. That's it. A breach of contract, right? That's that. The introduction, however, is slanderous. Why is it slanderous? Because you have to prove all of that. You have to prove all of that, bro. And when you start off with a statement from the likes of a Dana White, now hold on. You start off in the first paragraph, you'll see they mention something that Floyd said, hearsay. You'll see they mention something that Dana said, hearsay. You'll see they mention, a lot of fighters have said hearsay. That's all hearsay, bro. That is all hearsay. Your lawyer. Go ahead.
No, you want to talk? You would keep talking.
Okay, all right. If I say, for example, let's say it's my introduction, and let's say I bring up a quote from Beats, right? But Beats is not actually authorizing a quote. I just got a random quote from Beats. All right, that's called hearsay in court, bro. That's not reliable. That's not even a full quote. If you use the full quote, you hurt your own credibility. Why? Because Dana wasn't even talking about what you're talking about. He was calling Bob a cheap asshole, but he wasn't calling him a bigot. You used a portion of the quote. That's what makes it shoddy. Why would you use that? You would have been better using Ray Mercer. You would have been better off. You would have been better off bringing up Tony Tucker. Nah, you used Dana White, calling somebody cheap when he's being called cheap publicly the same way as Bob.
So
You
you're
said,
saying,
hold on, I'm not done. You said you're gonna let me talk, right? All right. You brought up, and not you, in the introduction, it says he mocks Al Heyman. He does. He also mocks Eddie Hearn, who's a white man. The defense could turn right around, like, yes, he does mock Al Heyman. His competitor, he does mock Al Heyman. But unless you can show me an email like the Helsikio Valderas email that actually used a racial epithet in reference to a man of color, unless you have something like that, telling me that he mocks Al Heyman does not constitute a bias. Or
he said about the black brotherhood and don't trust the white guy. That has racial connotation to it.
Connotations, but what's the negative?
I don't know. What do you mean? What's the negative?
In other words, if I sit here and say the same thing, about a guy who's not, if I sit now, hold on. If I sit here and say, well, you know what the Puerto Rican cat going to do? The Puerto Rican cat going to tell the Puerto Ricans not to sign to the Dominican.
He's saying they're not prepared to deal with me because I'm white. So there is a connotation of racial slander there. Yes, there is.
Is okay. Let's say you're slandering Al Heyman by implying that he's instructing his fighters not to deal with you on the premise of race. Is Al Heyman filing suit for that slanderous comment?
No.
Crawford's not the one being offended. Remember, Crawford's the one filing the case, right? This is simple. Crawford is the one filing the case, and he has made it complicated. How so? You have a simple breach of contract issue. That's what seems to be that's the damages that you're asking for, right? They're in reference to a breach. You're saying that after the Kavaliauskas fight, no, in the negotiations for the Kavaliauskas fight, right? You're saying that Top Rank promised you a Spence fight, and if they couldn't get you to fight, they got to give you upwards of $900,000. That's one of your financial complaints. You're saying that they owe you something like 4.5 based on those bonuses that you allege you did not receive. Everything you're talking about is in reference to paperwork and documentation, right? If you have the paperwork, the case is won. If you have the paperwork. Now,
okay.
Now listen to me. If you have the paperwork, the case is won. What did you do? Okay. Now, listen to me, bro. Listen. Now, you have added something to this that was not needed to get your money. You have made it difficult. Because if you can't prove this,
you know that, Julius. You know that.
Can you? How do you know what I'm about to say, dog? How do you know what I'm about to say? You don't know that, Beats.
You're an attorney. You know what's gonna make it difficult.
Listen, bro. It's simple. If I say that Beats has a racial bias against fighters from Mars, right? In a court of law, if I file a case that says, yo, Beats don't like fighters from Mars, bro. He don't like fighters from Mars. Right. If I don't got an email or a text or an audio or a video, if I don't have something that helps to constitute that bias that I am alleging he has, I have painted myself into a corner.
Like talking, you're not making no sense, right? Let me just say this, right? Seriously, you like talking, you don't make, right? If you're going to come out and say, right, he doesn't want to work with a white guy because we're in a brotherhood and brotherhood this, and he's negotiating in a fight for Terence Crawford. It's not a matter of offending Terence Crawford. It's a matter of not being professional in negotiating a fight, which could amount to a breach. That's the bottom line.
Okay.
Right?
Now, unless Bob Arum, this is simple. Okay, so how did saying that cost Terence Crawford $4.5 million? Because the 4.5 he wants is not in reference to that.
Say that again.
How did saying that cost Terence Crawford $4.5 million?
What costs Terence Crawford for?
So you don't know what he's suing for? He's saying that upon negotiating the Igis Kavaliauskas fight, Top Rank entered into an agreement with me to pay me a...
Wait, because I was talking about Spencer's, and now you just flipped.
I'm trying to talk about the Spence stuff. You're not letting me. Terence Crawford alleges for the negotiations for Igis Kavaliauskas, they promised him either a Spence fight or a bonus. every time they don't get the Spence fight. And what Crawford is alleging is that he did not receive said bonus, so he is suing for the bonuses that he did not receive. What did I say? If you have it on paper that they agreed to this, then the case is won.
So
If you have the paper, I didn't say, I literally have said about 100 times.
If you
I have literally said about 100 times since all of this started. Yes, I have. You just ain't listening. Yes, I have. You just ain't listening. I have said 1,000,000 times. That is a simple case of producing the documentation.
I don't know if he's got it and you don't go. So why?
I didn't say he doesn't have it. I said the opposite.
Nice.
I didn't say he does or doesn't have it. I said what he has to produce is the corroborating documentation.
He's going to lose the case if you don't know if he's got the evidence.
I didn't say he's going to lose the case.
Why are you assuming?
I didn't say he's going to lose the case, Pete. Show me a video, any video where I said he's going to lose the case. Show me one.
You said, wait, what?
Show me one, dog.
You haven't said that.
No,
you haven't said that. So you haven't been negative.
You know what the thing is? You're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening. You're waiting for your turn. You're waiting for your turn to talk. When I've been saying the same thing for 5 days, if you have the documentation that shows a written agreement between you and them, you have a case, or the case is won.
Why are you assuming he doesn't have that?
Did I assume he doesn't have?
So why do you keep bringing it up?
Because that's what the case is about.
But obviously, he's going to need that to win that. So why do you keep bringing it up?
Because that's what the case is about. I have to bring it up if I'm bringing up the case. Well, that's what the case is about. If we're talking about the case that he filed in the court of law, right? Yeah. I can't talk about the case without bringing that up because that's the case.
Obviously, he's going to need that. But you keep bringing it up like to say, you better have that. You better have, well, why you say
you better? I said you have to have it. Otherwise, you don't have a case.
Well, obviously.
Well, most people don't. See, all right, dog. I'm going to slow down. Because I'm gonna slow down because I understand, and this is why I said this 5 days ago. I am not emotionally invested in this. This is a simple case. What they made to make it complicated were allegations that have to be proven. You could have, if you have the paperwork, you could have beat them all. Like, if you have it, I don't know if you have it. I don't know if you do have it or you don't have it. I don't know what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? I don't know if you have it. If you have it, you should be able to get the money that they owed you. However, I don't know that they owe you. That's just your side of the story. You've already taken a stance. I don't know that they owe you. That's just your side of the story. The same as the Pacquiao shit. Most people are running around thinking Top Rank owed Manny Pacquiao money. No, Manny owed the tax man money. That's what happened with that. But Manny, it's obvious that Manny doesn't understand paperwork and shit like that because you jumped into bed without a guitar. And that's why they tried to sue you. You don't know what you're doing. Most people are running around with misapprehensions about what's actually happening. Most people are running. Oh yeah, Bob owed. No, he didn't. Manny owed the tax man, and Manny thought that it's on. No, it's not on Bob. Your taxes are your taxes, bro. You gotta pay that. You gotta pay that.
Are you talking about the Matisse fight?
Yeah, that's why you had to have it all the way over there. Because at that time, you had a tax situation that was affecting your ability to fight in America. But that was always your situation. That wasn't Bob's situation. That's your situation. Your promoter, right, is not your fucking accountant. Your tax situation is your own. The same way, if I make $30,000 or as a content creator, right? Let's say you get 30,000. YouTube doesn't tax people. So when you file that form that comes in, you know you have to do that, right? YouTube isn't going to do it for you. You have to do that. You have to pay your taxes. Manny did not pay his taxes. That was his situation. Al Heyman, as a favor, because that's what it was, as a favor, he sorted all of that out for him so he could return to America and fight in America. That's what happened with that. But most people are running around thinking, oh, Bob owed it. No. Man, Bob didn't owe Manny. Manny owed the tax man. And because Manny is not business savvy, he didn't realize it. Like, yo, this is not between you and Bob. This is between you and the IRS. Now, as far as this case, well, there's no way for me to bring up the case without bringing up the complaint. And what's the complaint? Y'all reneged on an agreement that y'all made with me that if y'all don't get me a Spence fight, I'm supposed to get about $1 million each fight after that. That's the complaint. All right, well, that's the complaint. Now, all I'm saying is when you say that in court, you just have to produce the written document that shows the agreement. That's it. But what you have done that complicates things are these other accusations. You have to prove now. You may have to. I don't know. You may have.
How do you know it complicates anything?
Because that's very difficult to prove in a court of law.
What's hard to prove? What's hard to prove?
A racial bias. It's hard to prove short of a see once again, you're too close to this thing, Beats, and that's what I see. You're too close to this thing. If I tell you, look, if I tell you that's difficult to prove in court, why?
How
do you have an email? Because you're gonna need one. Do you either have an email or audio or video or
they don't? How do you know what they have from what they don't?
I didn't say they don't have it. I didn't say what they do or don't have.
Years of allegations they have against Bob in case of
you just keyword allegations.
Well, what else could it be until it goes to court?
Allegations that are unsubstantiated are not evidence of a racial bias.
That's the problem. How can it be anything but an allegation until it goes to court? Until it goes to court.
And what am I telling you? That an allegation in and of itself is not proof.
Who said it was? Who said it was? There's no.
Who's saying it is?
Where did I
You're telling me, well, there's a bunch of allegations against him. I'm like, okay, did anybody win against him? Based on those allegations. If nobody won, then telling me that, oh, there are allegations out there. Oh, okay, nobody won though.
Wait. Did I say
who won?
I'm saying there's a body of evidence out there against Bob.
And I just told you, allegations in and of themselves are not evidence.
The fucking court case hasn't been tried yet.
But you're the one saying that allegations are evidence. No, it's not. Allegation is okay. Me saying, yo, Beats don't like fighters from Mars. Okay, and what is your evidence that he doesn't like fighters from Mars? Well, there are allegations out there.
Just like you said, go back in the tape where I said it was evidence. Go back in the tape and say where I said it was evidence.
Now, okay, once again, I'm going to tell you this again because you clearly didn't hear me the first time. That is hearsay. If I play, right, I don't even know that they would admit it because they have to admit all of this stuff. But let's just say, okay, you get the Ray Mercer testimonial about what happened before the Morrison fight. Whether it's true or not in a court of law is besides the point because they're going to say, okay, well, that's hearsay. That's what he's saying. What is Bob's side of the story? What if Bob's side of the story doesn't match what Ray's saying? Are we just supposed to not believe it or take that into account? You don't want to understand that just because somebody says something doesn't make it true. It's literally categorized as unreliable because just because somebody's saying it doesn't mean it's true. And if Bob turns around and says, well, that's bullshit, I didn't say that, then what happens, Beats? What happens?
What do you mean what happens?
You're treating the situation. You're treating it as if because Ray said that's a slam dunk.
I didn't say that. Like I said, go back in the video and say where I said it was evidence.
You just said that there's allegations out there that are evidence. You literally said that not but 5 minutes ago.
Quote it where I said it was evidence. Quote it where I said it was evidence.
You literally said it here.
I said potentially it could be evidence.
And I'm all right. Well, let me help you. Let me help you, right? Let me help you. Because listen, I'm not trying to be pompous, bro. I know you think that. You think that. And I'm literally trying to, that's why I made videos about it in the first place. Because I know that most people don't understand that in a court of public opinion, everybody can feel the same. But in the court of law, it is very, very different. And this is what is before you. This is what you have to do. All right? Because in a court of public opinion, people can hear one side of the story and make up their mind. They could, in the court of public opinion, you play that tape of Ray Mercer, and every motherfucker in the room might believe Ray without even hearing Bob. Unfortunately, for a lot of those motherfuckers, that ain't how court works. It's not. That's one side of the story. That's just one side. And what if Ray's lying? Or what if Ray's memory doesn't serve him? And that's not even what Bob said verbatim. There's any variety of contributing factors that could lead to that kind of testimony being inaccurate.
Well, obviously.
So now what? So now I'm gonna ask you a question, Beats. Do you think I've been defending Bob Arum?
You always defend Bob.
Well, then clearly you don't know what I've been.
I've heard you and the Spanish guy say he's a great promoter.
I do think he's a great promoter. Yeah, I do think that you'd have to be in the industry 50 years. A lot of promoters have fallen by the wayside.
Snake, motherfucker.
I didn't say he was a snake. I said he has to be a snake to be here 50 years. Did you miss that part? Did you miss that part? Because every time I say that this guy's been in the game 50 years, I highlight how, you know what, you got to be a sketchy character to be in boxing 50 years. You got to be. You must be. There's no way. Main Events has fallen by the wayside. Rock Nation has dissolved. How many promotional outfits have dissolved in the last 50 years? How many? Don King ain't even what he used to be, but Bob Arum is still here. And that longevity is why I said, yo, he's a great promoter, but you can't be a great promoter in boxing without being a sketchy character. You can't. It's not possible.
I want you to quote, right, where you are saying, where I said it was evidence.
You literally just said it here. All people have to do is play this back.
Never said it was evidence.
You said it here. All people have to do is play it back. I heard you loud and clear.
In a case for black, which is in the court, which is on the suit, they're saying there's a bias against black fighters. Well, what I'm saying is there's a history where Bob has said and done a lot of shit. And I'm saying potentially we don't know what they have. So that's what I'm saying.
And all I'm saying is when you tell me, and you're not listening to me, see, I'm listening to you, but you're not listening to me. When you tell me that there are allegations out there, what I'm going to then ask you is, okay, based on the allegations that are out there, how many people have actually won a case on that premise? Because the allegations by themselves are not evidence. They're not the allegations. That's like saying, that's like if you hear a motherfucker pick his nose, and then you meet the motherfucker and he don't pick his nose.
Well, the reason that that's the case is because a lot of the slanders that were against Brook in the 80s and 90s, there was a culture of where boxers didn't take promoters to court. They just knew their place and didn't bother with that. But this is a little different now.
And I'm not I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm talking about this case. So when you tell me about the because I looked it up, what was it, the Tony Tucker case, that he didn't get paid a certain amount of money. Bob said, oh, well, he was injured and that's why he didn't get, all the shit, right? I read the whole thing, right? And the crux of that is, why is that inadmissible for this case? Because in that case, no mention is made of what you're alleging in this case. There's no mention, bro. So how can I say, well, Tony Tucker sued him? Okay, did Tony Tucker say what Crawford is saying? Nah, he was talking about a fight he didn't get. Okay, well, we can't use that, bro.
He was talking about money.
That's what I know. Money that he was owed and a fight that he was owed. But if you're talking about Crawford's case and Tucker's case and you say, well, Tucker sued him, was Tucker saying what he's saying, though? That he has a racial bias. If he didn't say it, you can't use that as evidence of what he's saying.
Corey Spinks, he said.
Now, if Corey Spinks said it, what did I say 20 minutes ago? If Corey said this guy has a racial bias against black fighters, right? That's anecdotal. It's not a smoking gun, but you can use it. Now let me finish, dog. It's anecdotal, but you can use it. Why? Because if you're Crawford's attorney, if you're Brian J. Friedman, you're gonna say, listen, there have been black fighters under the Top Rank banner that have been saying this about Bob Arum as far back as Corey Spinks. Now, is that a smoking gun? No, but you're establishing the practices. At least it's not a smoking gun, and that's what you don't. That's not proof though. It's not proof though, because I could sit there and say that shit. A motherfucker could have said that shit 10 years ago. All right, well that motherfucker 10 years ago was lying. If Bob Arum turned around, what the fuck are you talking about, dog? No. If he denies everything you're saying, where is your proof? This is not like the Helsikio Valderas email. That was an email where you saw there's a racial epitaph used there, and that proves that you are bigoted, because this is what bigoted people say. This falls under that umbrella of you're a fucking bigot. But if you telling me that, all right, he didn't pay me my money and he breached the contract, he a bigot. It don't work like that. You got to prove that he's a bigot.
So
and that connects to and that connects to him breaching your contract.
So we got Robert Lee, right, from the IBF, that I'm going to take money from the Latino black fighters, and we as the Jews are just going to take money. I'm saying I didn't say that's evidence. I don't know what it is. I don't like to say fair enough, but it's out there. What he said to Ray Mercer, it's out there. What he said to Corey Spinks, it's out there. There's a lot of stuff out there.
I don't deny, not beats. Hear me when I say this.
When he was doing the fights in South Africa, there's a lot of shit out there on that. There's a lot of stuff out there.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. You don't want to understand that we're having two different discussions, and that's what I see. I'm talking about how I'm trying to give a play-by-play. Who's Mike is fucked up? I'm trying to give a play-by-play of how this might play out in court. It's layman's terms. It's layman's terms so that people understand what might happen. But it's all layman's terms because I don't know that this won't get thrown out. A lot of people tell me that's a genuine possibility too. That, you know what, it might get thrown out. We don't know. But on the premise that there actually is a trial and it goes to court, right? There's certain things you have to understand, that just because somebody says something, that doesn't mean it's true. Even if you can have them have written testimony that they're using for the trial, or even if they come in and testify and say, yeah, Bob Arum is a fucking racist. When I was there, he was a fucking racist. What people need to understand is that in and of itself is not a smoking gun because it's unreliable. What if his memory doesn't serve him? Or what if he's lying? Or what if he's understanding he has a bias of his own and he's using this to exact vengeance on? But it's any variety of contributing factors that make that kind of testimony unreliable. And that's if they even admit it. You know what I mean? Like, that's even if they let you use that. And I said, I don't know if a guy like Ray, for example, I don't know if what Bud is going to do is have guys come in and say shit like that. But what I'm telling you, what I'm trying to tell you is, even if he does, that's not a smoking gun. It's not.
See, what you're saying is hypothesis. That is not, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
If you're going to do that, well, I can do that. It works both ways with Bob. How can we know what he's saying is all legit? He will say anything to somebody. You know what I mean? He will say anything, and he's as a proven track. And some of the people who are doing that, like Rick Glazer, his credit can be shot to bits.
Listen, I already said that Rick, and I've said this before. Like, I can't see this. I'm gonna try to help you. I want to help you understand my mind frame, Beats. Okay, and please don't yell at me because I like you, Beats. I like your channel. I like your way of thinking. Right? So understand that. What I'm trying to tell you is, I'm looking at a legal case. That's all I'm looking at. I cannot. And if you're gonna look at a legal case, you have to operate under the assumption that all the burden of proof is on Crawford. That puts the burden on him because that's literally the way it works. If I say something about Beats in a court of law, right, it's not up to Beats to prove me wrong. I have to prove what I'm saying. That's the way it is. Now, you can prove the breach because a breach, I think, is fair. And I've said that from day one. You'd sooner prove the breach than the bias because the bias is simply too hard to constitute short of emails, audio, or video. It's too hard to prove. Actions are open to interpretation. They are. You say that he didn't honor literally in the lawsuit, which I thought was hilarious. Oh, he'd never do that to a white fighter. Bro, he could fucking breach the contract because he's a piece of shit. He can breach the contract because he's an old fucking man that doesn't know what he's doing. There's any variety of ways you can interpret that. But you went this route, and that is slanderous. Why is it slanderous? Because you have to prove that, bro. You got to prove that.
Well, see, Bob's going to have to prove that he didn't fuck Bob. See, and here's the thing where he's going to struggle. He had him for 10 years. Yeah? And he could argue that my prime years went while I was with Bob, because he's 34 years of age now. He went there when he was, 23, 24? It's a long time.
Listen, I'm going to give you an example, right? when Canelo sued Golden Boy Promotions and DAZN was attached to the lawsuit, right? He named like a dollar amount. Like I forgot what it was. I think it was like 268. It was like some crazy dollar amount, right? That he tried to attach to the shit. And I said it then. You can constitute the violation of fiduciary duty, but you're not getting that money. I'll tell you that right now. You're not getting that money. Now, why did I say that? For the same reason I'm saying this. If you have it on paper, it's done. It's done. If you're saying that your agreement with Golden Boy predates their agreement with DAZN, and their agreement with DAZN is in violation of your agreement with Golden Boy, you got them. And all they can do in that situation is let you go, because you can make it very messy for them. You're not going to get the money from DAZN because DAZN's not on the hook. Golden Boy's on the hook. And Golden Boy ain't got $260-something million to give you. So they're going to have to let you go. That's what happened. Now, how is that similar to this situation? If you have the documentation, you got them. If you have it. But I don't know that you have it. And the problem I see, or at least one thing that keeps getting my attention, is the purse for Khan and the purse for Porter. I see that the purses for those fights were well above his minimum. And I'm thinking, well, what if Top Rank turns around and says that the reason these purses were well above his minimum is because those were the bonuses? The bonuses that he's asking for, the 4.5. What if those were the bonuses?
Well, can they do that though? Because they like.
Well, no, I'm gonna give you an example. Another example, right? Most people were talking about
right? Wouldn't they have to disclose what was the bonus from his purse? I mean, you can't just give it.
Say it again, Beats, because you go in and out.
Wouldn't they have to separate, right? Okay, if you're going to give him $5 million for the Khan fight, for example, wouldn't they have to separate that from what the bonus was? Like, if you're going to give him the bonus, you give him the bonus. But if you're going to give him his purse, you can't say, "Oh, that's the bonus is part of the purse."
Well, all right, now the question you're asking, right? Understand, the question you're asking is assuming that they didn't give him the bonus, and what I'm wondering is, did they give him the bonus? That's what I'm wanting. Did they give him the bonus? Because I saw, the Sean Porter fight, he got $6 million up front for that fight, right? And what most people don't understand is the WBO cannot dictate to the promoter that you have to pay $6 million. They can dictate the split, not the actual pot. If Top Rank don't want to pay $6 million, if they think it's a $3 million, that's just what the fuck they think. And out of the $3 million, 80-30, that's the split. All right, something like that. They can't tell you, yeah, bro, you got to spend $10 million on this. They can't tell you that. What the fuck? No. All right. Now I see he got $6 million for that fight, and that was the final fight of his Top Rank contract. That was the final fight. And I'm like, is it possible that that was the bonus? I think it's possible. I don't know that it was, but I think it's possible because that's the biggest purse that he had on there. That's the biggest one. $6 million.
But wouldn't they have to kind of like specify that that's the bonus? That's the thing. You can't, like, if you're going to pay him $6 million, you're paying him what you thought he was worth for the fight.
Now, here's where it gets murky. In a situation like that, let's say Top Rank don't have it in writing that was the bonus, right? Let's say they don't have it in writing. What they can then turn around and do is show, okay, this is his contract minimum based on his ESPN contract. Let's say the minimum is 3.5, right? What they can show is an established track record that shows, okay, he got 3.5 for this one, and he got 3.5 for this one, but because this one was the final fight of his Top Rank contract, right? And this was 3 fights into the agreement that we reached. You see that he's getting $3 million more than he got for the Kavaliauskas fight? That was his bonus. If they can do that, well, yeah, then they have a defense.
Well, what's the template you could describe to me where they could do that?
All right, let's say they don't have an actual, like a sheet, or like they don't have a sheet that says, yes, this is Crawford's bonus in writing, right? Let's say they don't have that sheet or that document, right? What they can show is all the purses they paid him leading up to the Porter fight and what he made in the Porter fight. And what the purses that led to the Porter fight will show is that he wasn't paid $6 for Kavaliauskas. He wasn't paid $6 for Khan. He wasn't paid $6 for Brook. He got paid $3 and change for Brook. So what they can then do in a situation like that is say is we gave him his bonus in his final fight under our contract. We gave him $6 million. You'll notice that he didn't get that kind of purse for the Brook fight, but he did get more than 3 for the Khan fight. and he did get more than 3 for the Porter fight.
Yeah, but what you have to realize, man, like, he's got Kinahan and Friedman on board. They're not just gonna, like they're gonna have counters to that. They're gonna say, well, you got paid this and that and that. That's got nothing to do with the box. I'm saying, all right, I'm saying hypothetically, they could say you paid him for this and that, but the bonus didn't have nothing to do with it.
Now, this is why I've been saying, short of actual documentation, audio and video, this is why I'm not confident in Friedman, right? Friedman, after the Mikey Garcia case, right? He was kind of sulking, you know what I mean? Your client lost 2 years of his career in this legal battle that you got him in. Your client, right? And you don't want to just admit that like, yo, dog, Bob Arum's assertion to your client was that the contract was good, right? Your client says, no, you can't hold me to that. Okay, if that's true, then why haven't you fought in 2 years?
Yeah, but in saying that, the case is, the problem with this is because boxers have a short shelf life. But you do realize 2 to 3 years against two big corps, is not necessarily a long legal battle, right?
I agree with that. That's not a long legal battle. That's not.
Right? So that's what I'm saying. But eventually, Mikey technically did win that case, didn't he? Because
and this is what I'll say. Technically, you have to say yes. Why? Because Top Rank let him go before the contract was up, just before it was up. There were only a few months left in the contract. That's a fact, right? So they released him. They released him, according to Brian J. Friedman, which sounds kind of silly, but this is what he said. He said that a federal something was about to release a statement that brings every contract that Top Rank has with a fighter under question, and that Mikey was not exclusive to Top Rank. That's not true, bro. If you sign a contract, yeah, you got to fight exclusively for them. It sounds like you're sulking because you sat out for 2 years. If you could have fought within those 2 years, you would have. If you could have fought for someone else, that's what your attorney is alleging. That, oh, Mikey wasn't exclusive to Top Rank. That's why he let us go. Bullshit. If he wasn't exclusive to Top Rank, he would have went to the PBC right after. Bullshit. You had to wait, bro. And you know why you had to wait? Because the contract was good. That's why you had to wait. Otherwise, you would have fought.
But we don't know that, though, because remember, Bob released him before the contract was
He released him before the contract was up, granted. But realize, Mikey didn't fight for 2 years, and that means that he didn't make money for 2 years while incurring legal fees. Now, the fees were waived. The fees were waived in the agreement that they reached. But you still have to look at that he didn't fight. And you have to look at what he's saying. You're saying that you can go somewhere else and fight for someone else. Then why haven't you? You had to wait for us to let you go before you could do that. Yeah, he did. He didn't fight in the 2 years. Mikey didn't go to the PBC, right? Until after Top Rank let him go.
That is true, but that's because maybe Friedman didn't establish what Mike's legal rights were. But when he did, that's when Bob let him go, because he said, what Friedman said, there was stuff that was going to come out in Mikey's contract that was going to shake up the whole foundation of Bob's relationship with his fighters. And Bob let Mikey go there.
And you looking at, all right, now, that's what Friedman said. Listen to me. That's what Friedman said. Cool. But that's after you lost 2 years of your career.
Like I said, boxing, it's a short shelf life.
I'm not saying it's not a short shelf life, Beats. I'm just saying that if it's the way you say it is, right? Mikey being Mikey. If it's the way Mikey says it is, right? That, oh, you can't hold me to this. I could go somewhere else and fight for someone else. All right, if that were true, you would have, but you didn't. You still had to wait, regardless of whatever. Regardless of whatever your lawyer says was going to come out, right? You still had to wait.
See, but here's the thing, though. This is what I'm saying, right? There are similarities of when I say similar, there are a few things that resonate with what happened to Mikey and what happened to Iran Barkley. Barkley said in 1997 and 98, right, that he legally didn't have a contract with Bob no more, and Bob was still using it, which he shouldn't have been doing. And Barkley said, I could get millions out of it, but Barkley was like, oh, I ain't gonna swim. Barkley's from the Bronx, from the hood, and he's that culture. They don't. But he didn't have the paper, and he didn't have a Kinahan behind him or anyone behind him to back him on the case. So he got away with that. I'm telling you, there's a lot of stuff Don King is lucky that he's not as active or as relevant as Bob today, because there's a lot of stuff all them old promoters were doing then that today will catch them up. And I think Bob could be in that situation. A lot of stuff he did, he got away with it, but he didn't think that, you know, you'd have what we have today, like everyone privy to information and boxers suing, taking lawsuits against me. And if not Terrence, Bob's going to get caught up. If he's still on the front line as a promoter, someone's going to catch him up. Someone will catch him up, bro. Trust me.
Now, let me read these super chats. Give me a second. You can't say Bob is a racist or not. We don't know. Based on Crawford's case, there is no proof. He is stop playing the victim card. Pay me millions. You can't be R to me. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say this, Sawab. I don't know what the fuck Bob Arum says behind closed doors. So all I can refer to is the case. So in order to win the case and establish that this man is bigoted, it takes audio, video, or emails. That's what it's in today's day and age. Yeah, that's what it's going to take, because anything other than that is open to interpretation. And hearsay or written testimony, or even someone coming in and saying, yo, I heard him use the N-word, right? All right, let's say you got somebody do that. He could turn right around and say, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'll take a punt at it. Spit, niggas, wops. Bob,
well, I don't. Well, Beats, you have to understand that I don't use that word in any setting. So,
but Bob, sorry about that. But I mean, I believe Bob uses it.
All right. Like, my point is that you can go as far as having someone come in saying outright, he's a racist. He said A, B, C, and D.
See, but the thing is, what have I been saying long before this court case? I've been saying black fighters shouldn't sign with Bob, and there's a history there. So it's not like I'm jumping on the bandwagon like a lot of motherfuckers who were calling Terrence Top Rank, whatever, slave or whatever. They jumped on the back. I haven't jumped on the bandwagon.
And what am I saying, right? What am I now? Pay attention to what I'm saying, right? In today's day and age, that kind of that people have become very cavalier with that allegation. With that kind of an assertion, I should say. I'm not even going to call it an allegation because it's not exclusive to court. When Eddie Hearn offered Adrian Broner a multi-fight deal, what did Broner call? Oh, that's a slave contract. Slave contract. And now look. Now who you hitting up for fights? Oh, you hitting up Eddie Hearn. So if we go based on what you said before, we supposed to look at him funny, right? Based on what people said. Based on what Broner said and based on how they reacted. Oh, we supposed to look at him funny, right? AJ shit. Now, I've been saying AJ makes way better money than Wilder. Eddie Hearn says, I work for AJ. AJ don't work for me, right? But if we go off of the hearsay and the shit that people say, oh, no, he don't got generational wealth. He on the plantation. Wilder, Wilder career was governed by Shelly Finkel. Lou DiBella was his acting promoter for a while. JD's is his corner. And you telling me that I'm supposed to look at him funny, even though I can see that he's controlling what's happening. I can literally see that, like, nah, he has say so. You don't. But if we go off with what people say, oh, no, it's this one. No, what people say is not evidence. It's not. Literally. I could say, yo, I seen a guy wearing a red hoodie, shoot up a whole bunch of people. What if it was 3 motherfuckers with red hoodies in the proximity of that area? Then what? What I say, it's not very useful. So in a case like this, that really the complaints, which are lined on the far right, on the first page of the complaint.
All right. Well,
these complaints are in reference to documentation. Like, you got to prove that with papers, bro. If you saying it was a breach you got to prove that with papers, bro. That's how you prove that. Because all this other shit you talking about, and that's how I knew, like, if something is not right here. How you bringing up Dana White? Dana White wasn't talking about biases and race. He wasn't talking about nothing. He's just saying that Bob's an asshole and he cheap. That's literally the whole quote. He's an asshole, he cheap, and he pays fucking fighter.
He pays fighters, wasn't he?
That's what he said, though. He needs to pay his fucking fighters. But the sentence before that, in other words, they introduce the shit, racial bias. Then they bring up Dana White. Well, what does Dana White have to do with that? Dana White wasn't talking about a racial bias. And the fighter that he was talking about, unless I'm mistaken, the fighter that he was talking about was not a black fighter. I think he was talking about Lopez.
No, he was talking about Crawford.
He was talking about Crawford?
Around the time Bob was talking shit about Crawford.
Right. This was in reference to him saying, I'm losing money on my fighter. You're absolutely right. You're right.
What was I saying now? I lost my train. It don't matter.
Fantasy fight as a Charles, Michael Spinks as a Charles for me.
I'm talked out, man. No, here's what I was saying. Right? So, okay, I was listening to Ray Mercer, right? And he seemed pretty coherent.
Mm-hmm.
Seemed slurred, didn't like he's sharp as anything, right? He seems sharp. Are you saying he would come out and say what he said about Bob, knowing Bob could come in and slap him with a lawsuit? That's libelous if it was. And Bob ain't did shit. You know what I mean?
I would say this is what I say. This is what I would say, and I said it already in the comments under the video I did about what Ray Mercer said. I believe Bob said that, but I don't know that Ray is remembering all of it. I don't know that people are going to understand that Tommy was a darling at that time, and he brought a lot of marquee value to the fight. I remember that era, dog. Tommy was the darling, not Ray. Tommy was the marquee fighter.
That's not true, actually.
That's true, bro.
No.
Bro, he was the media darling around. They're like, oh, he's the Duke. He's the Duke. I remember. He got left hook. Ray got big left hook.
Ray was an Olympic gold medalist, bro.
But he wasn't a marquee. Beats. He was not a marquee fighter.
You beat Tommy in the amateurs already.
I'm not. Listen, you're talking about their records. I'm talking about that. Like, yo, the marquee value. Yeah, the Duke had it.
What marquee? He wasn't a pay-per-view draw or anything. They were
But he was like, look. He was when Tommy was coming up. No, he wasn't a big part. He didn't get to have the pay-per-view draw.
Basically, because he was white. Like what that? Sorry, he wasn't selling more gates or anything. Who did he fight?
Now listen to what I am saying, because you're not letting me talk. I remember when Tommy Morrison was coming through, and they were in love with the fucking. He's the Duke. They were in love with the fucking guy, dog. I'm not saying he did gates like Mike Tyson, but in that fight, right, he was the draw. He was the draw. Ray was the champion. I don't even remember that the WBO was accepted by the other three at that time. I'm not sure if it was, but I don't think it was. Not yet. I'm not sure. But I remember, yeah, Tommy was the draw in that fight, dog. And even with that, remember what Ray said. He was still getting more money than Tommy. He was. He said, why am I only getting 50,000 more than him?
Well, he was champion. That's why he was asking.
I don't doubt that, bro. I don't doubt that. I'm saying that I actually think Bob said what Ray said. But what I'm curious about was he saying that because Tommy's the draw? Because I remember, Tommy was the draw in that fight, bro, not Ray. Ray wasn't the draw in that fight. Well, shit, matter of fact, motherfuckers didn't start appreciating Ray. I remember. Motherfuckers did not start really appreciating Ray until after that, and well after that when he fought Lennox. Because motherfuckers right here was saying, yo, he beat Lennox. He beat Lennox.
Listen, no. See, it's certain things we got to establish, right? You're saying he was the draw, right? Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, right, I'm a little older than you, and I used to buy the magazines, man, right? I'm telling you, it was more on the White Hope thing.
I'm not disagreeing with you. That's what I'm talking about.
Listen, who did he fight before that?
Nobody. Tommy fought. Listen to me. Tommy fought, and if the people listening to this live don't believe me, go look at his fucking resume leading up to the Mercer fight. He didn't fight nobody, right?
He wasn't doing no big draws.
Now listen. He had the White Hope thing working for him at that time. I remember all of that. And I'm like, I remember, yeah. He was like, they was trying to groom him. They was trying to groom him. But he still wasn't making more money than Ray. He wasn't. Now, if he was making more money than Ray, that is damning. So you're telling me that a challenger who is not a bigger draw on the premise of race is making more money than a reigning champion. All right, now, yeah, that's pretty fucking damning. But according to Ray, in Ray's own words, he was still getting more money than Tommy.
Well, he was an Olympic gold medalist.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but you were still getting more money than Tommy. Neither one of you was the it at that time. I remember. Neither one of you. Crazy, no, y'all wasn't it. Neither one of you was like the big draw in the heavyweight division.
Look, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Now we've got to establish right, and make the differential. Is it you are the draw, or is it just because you're white? Because if it's just because you're white, that's not right. That's just not right.
And I believe that, and this is what I believe. Not only do I believe Ray's account of events, but I'll go as far as saying that I think that Bob Arum was being curt and being an asshole the way he's an asshole to Terrence. That's what I believe. If we're going to talk about beliefs, that is what I believe. What? Because he don't hold his tongue. He never has.
Well, look, we're talking about early 90s, right? That culture of white hope. I'll tell you what. Morrison was the first one to reject the white hope ticket, right? He said, I don't want that. It's outdated. It's racist. But that language, if you buy a magazine, it wasn't uncommon. With Jerry Cooney, it wasn't uncommon.
I agree.
And that's why, he said that thinking, I get away with that. But this shit right now is coming back to catch him up, man, and catch him out.
And all I'm trying to describe to the people that listen to these videos is that when you go to court, just because you have a written testimony or a written statement or someone comes in, that is not a smoking gun. It's not. It isn't. Even if, like, I had to say this to a guy. There's a guy in my comments. His name is Last of a Dying Breed. He claims that he's Terrence Crawford's cousin, right? This guy's pissed. You could be pissed. I'm telling you in court, that's not a smoking gun. A smoking gun, you know what a smoking gun is? What I've been saying. Helsikio Valderas's email is a smoking gun. That's it. They got you, bro. You can't say nothing after that. You can't. There's a fucking email where you're using a racial slur. That's a smoking gun.
Hey, listen, like I'm saying, we don't know what they have on Bob.
I said, and I listen, man, I've been saying, you need some, because I've said this in every video I've talked about, you need documentation. That is what you would need to constitute that. Now, unless you have that, it's very hard to prove. That's what I've been saying over and over on repeat. It's very hard to prove. And I wanted, this is a big part of the reason that I wanted to go live too. Because I feel that there's people that's getting off scot-free and I don't see the accountability. Terrence Crawford's situation, and I know you're not going to agree with this, and I understand that, but his situation is not due to Bob Arum. It's not. These motherfuckers did not buy his fight. They asked him to fight Sean Porter. I seen all of it after September 2019 when they seen Spence had a hard time, and all of a sudden Porter got fans. The same people that was saying, yo, Spence gonna knock him out. And I'm like, no, he not. Spence could knock out Mikey. He damn sure ain't gonna knock out Sean. All of a sudden, Sean Porter is the shit because Spence had a hard time. And what they asked for after that, was it Crawford versus Spence? No. Spence's fans, the 225 or the 350 that bought whatever, all his fans that buy his shit, right? Who they was asking for Crawford to fight, not Spence. They was asking for Crawford to fight Porter so that when he fight Porter, you cocksucking motherfuckers didn't buy the fight. And y'all getting off. You're getting off.
Let me explain to ignorance, right? Dolomite. And you know Dolomite was a homo, yeah? Let me explain something to you, yeah? Right? Tommy was not the big attraction with the white hope comments, you ignorant asshole, right? It's no different than when the WBC decided to split on your last few purses. Mercer was earning bigger purses. He had an NABF belt. He was fighting the likes of Burt Cooper. He was in Italy when he won the WBO title against Damiani, right? He earned the bigger purses. So stop being you've been trying to be negative. Don't come in my comment section to say anything again. You are blocked. And Emma, go wash your punani. You know what I mean?
Now, this is what I'm going to say, right? Because this is the hang up that I have. And to me, this is what's at the heart of the matter. None of this shit that we're talking about would have mattered if these motherfuckers wasn't stealing his fights. Because that's what I see the problem is. That's what I see the problem. The problem is marquee value. The problem is that Terrence Crawford did not get to become the marquee attraction that he wanted to become. Well, what really prevented that? I see what it is. You motherfuckers didn't buy his fights. When he went undisputed, y'all said he ain't fight shit. That's what y'all said. The same motherfuckers, when Jeff Horn beat Manny Pacquiao, back when Manny was still with Top Rank, right? The same motherfuckers that said Jeff Horn ain't shit after Crawford beat him, but y'all was the one saying that he beat Manny. Y'all said he beat him fair and square. Y'all said that. All right, so when he beats Manny fair and square, as you said, right? Crawford comes in and annihilates it. He ain't beat shit. He still ain't beat shit. He didn't beat shit. We undisputed ain't shit, and he ain't beat shit. And I see the whole thing, and I'm like, nah, B, y'all don't get to get off. The reason that he didn't get to become a marquee attraction is because there are channels on YouTube that for 4 years shitted on this man. That's why he didn't get to become. When Top Rank promoted one of his fights, I knew about it. I bought it. So what are these people trying to convince me of? That when ESPN and Top Rank had Crawford fights, they didn't know about it?
Well, let's look at it this way. He can't exactly sue Al Heyman, can he? So
I'm not saying that he should have. I'm keeping it real. If they didn't want to buy the Brook fight or the Khan fight, hey, fine, don't buy the Khan fight. I felt like a dickhead buying that fight, but I bought it. But hey, fine, you didn't ask for that, right? It wasn't a hot take. All right, fine, whatever. But y'all motherfuckers asked for that Porter fight. You did. You fucking did. Yes, you did. You wanted him to jump through hoops and fight PBC fighters. Here's a PBC fighter. Did y'all buy the fight? And when I asked for the receipt, what answer? I don't gotta do it. I could post my receipt easy. It's still in my email because every time I buy a fight, I get an email. All right. My point is all this outrage that I see, a lot of it is fake. Y'all didn't love him when he was fighting. You didn't. You didn't because he just fought Sean Porter and it only did about 130. Because you motherfuckers that was asking for the fight didn't fucking buy it. The motherfuckers, Luis Ortiz is elite. He's so elite that you bought the fight? No, you didn't buy the fucking. You didn't buy the Charles Martin fight, did you? No, you didn't. You didn't.
The PBC have all the welterweights, right? And we know Spence didn't really fancy the fight. And we all know they are culpable for Terrence not getting, the standout fights. But at the same time, you know what I mean? Bob did inflame a lot of bad energy in Terrence getting certain fights. That's the truth.
You know why this is why I can't. If I give Al a pass, like, he hurt your feelings and he said some shit about, man, he been talking shit about Eddie Hearn since that motherfucker got here, right? And Eddie still by his BI, still by making these fights and doing these 40-minute interviews, still by his. So you don't get a pass for being a bitch and being a sensitive little bitch. Nah. Don King wanted to murk the motherfucker, but he still worked with him. So I'm gonna give Al. He said that's some bitch ass shit.
Yeah, but you got the sanctioning buddy to go against Al as well. Al is look. Let's be fair. Yeah, I'm not a PBC fan right now. I used to be, but it's gone left. But let's keep it real, right? Al got in the game, and automatically he gets in the door. He's got Bob Arum on his back. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna do this. He's got Golden Boy on his back. He's got the WBO on his back. And he's had to fight all of them off. And I'm not defending it, but I think that had an effect. I reckon, personally, he would have done more cross-promotional work if it hadn't been for the introduction he got into the game. And
you know why I think I don't agree with that? Because I see Triller going through that. Why you think that Ryan Kavanaugh was bitching and moaning when the IBF found him in default? Where he said, boxing is a boys club and y'all not going to control us and y'all not going to bullshit, bro. You in default, bro. You had time to do the fight. You didn't do the fight, right? That's the environment that any new kid on the block, Matchroom USA included, that's the environment that's the hazing that everybody goes through when they're the new kid on the block in an established market. The guys that been here, they going to shit on you, bro. That's what they going to do. They going to shit on you, bro. That's what they going to do. But that's the nature of the beast.
Yeah, but they ain't been up in Eddie's shit like that.
Bro, come on, dog. Come on. They won't. Come on, be like, yes, they have, yo. All of them. Golden Boy is on the zone and they don't even fucking like Eddie, man.
They don't like him, but they haven't put him in court. They haven't put him in court.
Okay, well, the circle. See, this is what's not being said, right? Al Heyman and Richard Schaefer stole those fighters, though, bro. They did steal those fighters. That's just the truth.
Well, did they steal him? Well, why was there no legal recourse? Did they walk over on their own accord?
Let's put it another way then. You're right. No legal recourse. Legally, a crime was not committed. But it was some shady shit. Motherfuckers seen that shit. Oh, Oscar asleep at the wheel. Motherfuckers at Golden Boy ain't paying attention. Let's get these motherfucking fighters out of here. Cool. Y'all did that.
Listen, they didn't steal the fighters. When my guy was wearing suspenders, sniffing, DUIs, he fucked up. Richard was running his business literally. That's what's been said, right?
Mm-hmm.
He gave them away. They weren't going to stay there. What did Canelo say about Canelo? Did you see how pissed Canelo was with Oscar?
I don't disagree with that. Listen, I don't. As far as I'm concerned, right, the guys that do the work that I see, or that I feel, I should say, because let me not say I see. I don't be at their office to know what the fuck they be doing. Oscar is off having a good time. He ain't doing shit. It's Roberto Diaz and Eric Gomez that's doing the grunt work. That's kind of how I feel, right? Oscar asleep at the wheel, motherfucker not paying attention. You lost your whole stable, right? But it's a reason that whole crop of fighters is going bad. It's ill-gotten, bro. It's ill-gotten. We could say definitive. All right, fine. He didn't steal the fighters legally. He didn't, right? But we know what you did. We do know what you did. And it's not a coincidence that whole crop, the whole crop, is going bad.
Is that why he sued Aldo?
That's what he tried. That's what he tried. You know what it was? It's more like he tried to sue Al like a get back. Like, oh, I'm gonna get back and you forgetting my guys and you got all this bread, so we gotta come after you. That's what that was.
His lawsuit was basically similar to Arabs.
But listen, this is the other thing. It's not like it's a baseless lawsuit. It is the truth. Al Heyman is working as both manager, promoter, and advisor. That's what he's doing. What fucking manager brokers whole deals with television networks? Manager. Nah, bro, that shit don't happen. You a promoter, bro, and you are skipping out on the Muhammad Ali Act. And listen, Terrence Crawford suing Top Rank does not change that, as an American who has watched boxing for millennia, right? PBC has had an adverse effect on boxing in this country. Can nobody tell me different? It would be in a better place if they wasn't around. Yeah, that's the truth. Because fighters got to fight. Imagine if I told you, well, we ain't going to get the World Series this year, bro. Not this year. We ain't going to get it. We ain't going to get the Super Bowl this year. We're not going to get it.
I think that's a lot. I think they started with a lot of promise. But we have to remember, right? Look, who destroyed the WBSS tournament? It was Al Heyman and Bob Arum. Bob Arum helped destroy that as well. That can't be denied.
Well, you know why I can't agree with that? Because I remember that there were money issues in the second season. And I can't blame anyone else for that but the Sarlin brothers. Like, the infrastructure of your tournament is on you. It's on nobody else. And we can't really say that the Americans affected you because your tournament was on a global scale. The Inui Donaire fight was in fucking Japan. I think a couple of those fights was in Latvia, the cruiserweight shits. I think at least two of them shits was in Latvia. So I can't say that they fucked up your shit. And I remember Regis was bitching about the money and that there was more than one person. I remember in the second season, there was more than one fighter. There was like 3-4 fighters, something like that, complaining that they had got paid.
Hold on. Eddie Hearn, Matchroom, right? He hosted big portions of the WBSS tournament.
He saved their ass, bro.
He saved it, right? Why couldn't Al Heyman or Bob Arum have hosted it over there?
Because they didn't want it, bro. Remember who was in the series? There wasn't very many Americans in the series. You talking about a Japanese fighter, now y'all ain't know it. Zolani Tete, Donito Donaire, fucking Regis Prograis, Josh Taylor. You didn't have fighters in that tournament that they was interested in. And most people forgetting. Hold on. Most people forgetting that those fighters, when they went into that tournament, they was not big marquee draws. A lot of them, no, they wasn't. They became draws after that. Like, sort of like, who knew all that about Usyk in the first season? A lot of people didn't know that. Only hardcores. Motherfuckers didn't know him like that. Or Mavis Breeders. Or Uniel Dorticos. Or Dimitri Kudra. None of those guys, bro. None of them. They wasn't known like that. The series got them known, which was the beauty of the series. That no fuss, no muss, let's make fights. Because none of these guys is the big draws.
So you disagree that tournament was destroyed in America? You disagree?
I do disagree it was destroyed in America. I do disagree with that. Because America was never the audience for that tournament.
So hold on. They didn't wait, they didn't put no fighters in it. That's why there were no American fighters.
Yeah, but what like for example, look at Bob Arum's pony in the show. Look at Bob Arum's pony in the show at 168. Zerto. Hold on. Let me break it down for you, right? Zerto, when he was WBO champion at super middleweight, that motherfucker wasn't a draw. He still ain't a draw. So how could I say that a motherfucker? Hold on, say it again.
He would have still been an asset to the tournament.
I would look as a boxing fan, I would have preferred to see him in it. But if you asking me, yo, did America ruin the WBSS? No. You know what really happened to the WBSS? Even the lighter weights got political. That's what happened. That's literally what happened. They can't do another tournament. See, if you look at the divisions now, the only fucking division that I could see that they could maybe do a tournament for the men is maybe flyweight. Motherfuckers don't watch them, so they're not gonna do that. They don't watch them like that. The flower, where you gonna do that at, bro? You could do it.
Bob Mir didn't put Ramirez in the 140 tournament, right?
But they had Taylor, they had Kirill Relic, they had Regis Prograis.
Right, all fighters who are not involved with Top Rank or the PBC.
I would say the real reason we didn't get a third season is because for the men, they wanted to do it for the women. Look, as much as I would like to see that, because I'm just a fan, period, financially, you can't do it. They can't carry it. Nah, I could name you mad divisions where, yo, you would get good-ass fights, but financially, yo, it's the bread, bro. It's just the bread got to be there. Now, look at 168 and you tell me, you can't do a tournament at 68. Canelo got all the belts. You can't do one at 175. B-balls at Matchroom. Would Eddie see, I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think Eddie would let B-ball participate in the tournament?
That's a fair question. That's a fair question. Why not though? Because I mean, he's not really doing anything, is he? It's not like he's got a full dance card though. But
all right, so let me further iterate. B-ball right now is being promoted by 2 fucking outfits around the world. He's been 3 really. He's got them fucking Russians promoting them, RCC over there in Russia. They want to bring fights to Russia. So let's see if they mean business. And then in the Western Hemisphere, you got Matchroom, right? I figure, let's say the World Boxing Super Series came back for a 3rd season. And let's say they wanted to do a portion of the tournament at 175. Eddie ain't putting him in that shit because Eddie wants him to be available for the winner of what could be Buatsi versus Richards.
Yeah, but Eddie, like someone just mentioned Callum Smith. Eddie didn't have to put Callum was quite a Matchroom asset at the time he put him in the tournament. He let him in there.
But he wasn't. You know what? Look. You had John Ryder. Who they had in that shit? They had John Ryder. They had what's that other kid, man?
They had Callum Smith and Jamie Cox.
Jamie Cox, right? They had Jamie Cox, John Ryder. The asset was Groves, bro. He had the belt. If anything, Eubank was an asset. You know what I mean? I would say Eubank was more of an asset when he was in the series than Smith. Because Eubank has the Eubank name. Motherfuckers didn't know Callum Smith like that. To where, like, nah, I can't put him in there. He make too much money. He making me too much money. I cannot put him in there. All right? To me, what killed the World Boxing Super Series is that literally every division right now is political. Motherfuckers don't want to fight. Maris Breedis want to call out Jake Paul. He don't want to fight Lorman Sokoli. That's just facts. That's facts. Fucking Zerto, forget a tournament, bro. We putting it on Bob that Zerto didn't fight motherfuckers, right? I see that, but I also see after the tournament was over and it was a proliferation of light heavyweights at Top Rank, what did you do, jump ship? You never wanted to fight them motherfuckers anyway. Joe was there, Elena Alvarez was there, Artur Better be. They had fights for you. You didn't want them. That's why I'm like, nah, the World Boxing Super Series, the American outfits didn't kill that. If anything, the politics of boxing itself killed that. Every division is political now.
Bob, what did Bob say? He said, I'm not letting my fighters fight on another network for some tournament. And he said, fuck the tournament. And then he signed Inouye.
I'm not disagreeing. Listen, I cannot disagree with what the man said.
Oh.
I'm just telling you that if you expect me to believe that Zerto wanted them, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Because when you was gonna get them fights, that's what the fuck Top Rank was gonna do. They had a proliferation of light heavyweights, contenders and champions. And what did you do as soon as that happened? You jumped ship and had the Battle of Rio Grande. That's what he did on Fight TV.
We go outside the WBS. Let's go outside that. All right, fair enough. Well, I heard somebody saying like Eddie doesn't understand the American market.
Bullshit.
He's prioritizing that Serrano and Taylor can do bigger business than Valdez and Stevenson. And they were saying he doesn't understand it. We don't like women's boxing. But you don't like men's boxing. One of your biggest earners is Jake.
But see, this is my point, dog. The American and I've been saying this for 3 years, dog. Understand. It ain't that Eddie don't understand American boxing. It's not that Crawford wasn't promoted by Top Rank. It's that you motherfuckers don't want to pay for shit. You don't. You don't want to pay for shit. Even shit that you asked for. They didn't want Wilder to fight Joshua. Remember? Motherfuckers put on a second Luis Ortiz fight. And did y'all buy it? No.
See, you guys in the comments, you're talking all this shit. But I know I inspire Ring Magazine to do Vince. I know he inspires me. So you could talk all the shit you want.
Listen, listen, this is why I say discussion. We are having a listen, let me do this. We're having a discussion. And yes, it's possible for you to not agree with somebody and have a discussion. And this is what I'm gonna say, right? What most motherfuckers is not understanding, right, is it's easy and it's cheaper to blame Top Rank than to point the blame where it belongs. And where does it belong? The boxing fans. Spencer's fans. Remember, he sold 360 with Mikey, and he sold 277 with Sean, and he sold 250 with Danny, right? Spence fans, because those is the ones that bought his fights. Y'all asked Crawford to fight Sean Porter. What happened? Y'all asked him literally right after the Spence fight. No, he need to fight Sean Porter. Look at the videos of that time. He needs to fight Sean Porter.
You've got to be fair though. Like pay-per-view in America right now is screwed.
I don't listen. I said if they didn't want to buy the Khan fight, fine. I understand. But that is a fight that they was asking. Yo, Spencer's fans was the ones asking for that. They was asking for that. I said, look, man, I don't think he should have to fight Sean to get a fucking Spence fight. Who the fuck did Mikey have to fight to get a Spence fight? He's a fucking lightweight. All them videos are still up. And I said, that's some bullshit that y'all think he got to fight Sean. And then I went into my prediction. I said, Crawford's going to be the first man to knock him out. But this is not necessary. Who was asking for that fight, though? No, Crawford. He got to fight somebody. He got to fight Sean. All right, y'all got it. Bob made the fight. Crawford, Sean Porter. Did you buy it? No. I bought it. Did you buy it? No. But you were the one that was asking for it, though. Spencer's fans. Y'all was the motherfuckers that was asking for that.
Pay-per-views like last year. How much did Andy Ruiz do?
Nothing.
100,000, if that.
Nothing.
Right, exactly. Like Fury and Tyson, they were down on their last numbers. Like it was a horrible year. Like
Look right now, Beats. You got PBC shows that swear up and down on Twitter that they love all things PBC. But you tell me if you think they're going to buy Thurman versus Barrios.
No. And they're charging it more than what, like, to me, Ortiz and Martin was a better fight. I mean, like, they're charging it at $75.
Now, motherfuckers is ready to die on the hill on Twitter for the PBC. But when it's time to pull out that wallet and get behind your guy and support your guy, they don't do that. They don't do that. Now, what am I saying? Take the Terrence Crawford that has the same resume, that fought the same fucking fighters, has the same career accolades, and make him a UK fighter, right? He's a UK guy now, right? UK Crawford. would he have had more marquee value there?
Oh, my
He
God.
would have been an ATG. That's what that's. He'd have been like they'd have built churches for the man.
Yeah, literally.
Now, what does that tell me? Yo, it's not the fights. It's not the fights. It's not even the promoter. It's that y'all motherfuckers don't want to support him. I did a video on this subject the other day that in America, there's an emerging culture, and I'm not even just talking about boxing or any one group. It's literally everyone. There is an emerging mindset that everyone else has to do something. I don't have to do shit. I don't have to buy the fight. I don't have to do shit. Everyone else has to buy the fight. That's why Crawford is in the situation he's in, because everyone is expecting someone else to buy the fight. Now, me, I'm not waiting for anyone else to buy. You can buy the fight and I bought it. I bought the fucking fight. Period. I bought the fucking fight. I'm not waiting for him, her. No, I bought the fucking fight. But what I see is I am in the minority of people that bought the fight. So all these people that I saw in 2019 in October, because he fought him in September, all that Crawford need to fight Porter. All of that was bullshit, bro. Why you saying he need to fight Porter so that you don't buy the fight?
See, here's the thing, though.
And he didn't need to fight him.
I always point out the warning signs to a lot of Americans. Like I said, because they always used to critique Floyd when Floyd was posting up big numbers and, oh, Floyd don't do. I said, you keep saying, when Floyd retires, what's your contingency after Floyd? Oh, fuck him. We can't wait until he's gone. And now he's gone. What do you have? And here's the next warning I'm telling them, right? All the people shitting on women's boxing. Now they've got Jake Paul, who is an influencer on side of thing. And if the competition stays strong in America, right, that could be a very lucrative fucking is women's boxing.
Let me straight talk it for you, Beats. Let me straight talk it for you, Beats, right? People that got money, right? They like three things: food, women, and fights as boxing fans. Now, if you got pretty girls that's going in there and beating the shit out of you think I'm not going to watch that? It's like if you at a club and two joints start, you think I'm not going to watch?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I mean. Now, motherfuckers that be on the internet too, girls, because that's what I see. Girls, you don't like girls, man? You don't want to see two girls go at it?
Yeah.
Because that's all I say. Like, yeah, girls fight. And I ain't the Me Too guy, bro. I'm just saying, if you told me, yo, let's say the neighbors is fighting, right? Let's say my two neighbors, like, two girls fighting. You think I'm not going to open the door and watch that shit? Yes, I'm going to watch that shit, bro. I am going to watch that shit. Yep. Is women's boxing in a place where you can put it on pay-per-view? No, not yet. But if you do what my man Eddie is doing, put them on the card, show them off, show people what they can do. That's how you build the grassroots. Christy Martin fought on, I think it was Mike Tyson undercards. Feel what I'm saying? She fought on Mike and Chavez. He fought on Mike Tyson undercards too, I believe. Also, yeah, he did. Yeah. That's what he's doing with the girls. Like, yo, we gonna make these cards, but we gonna decorate them. We gonna decorate them with somebody, because so these girls can fight. They can fight. It's entertaining. They can fight. Motherfucker not gonna tell me that Jonas versus Harper wasn't. Yes, that was a good fight. That was a period. Girl, good fight.
Someone like Alicia Baumgartner with her looks and her fighting style. How did you let the guy sign her up? How did you let that?
Now you're beginning to understand what my point is. Now you're beginning to understand. Alicia Baumgartner has looked as nice as she looks the whole time that she's always been that pretty. Always. She's always been that capable of boxer. Always, right? But Al Heyman didn't sign her.
Gorgeous.
Top Rank didn't sign her. Nah, it took Fast Eddie Hearn. Now, right? There's another young fighter, right, that I believe could also be that for the lighter weights. That is a fighter that Eddie Hearn very recently got in contact with for the Jamie Mitchell fight, because they wanted her to fight Jamie Mitchell. Her name is Zarina McCoy. It's fighters like this, bro, but the Americans don't support them, just like they didn't support Crawford. All that fake love and all that bullshit is, oh yeah, now that she knocked the shit out of Terry Harper, oh yeah, now y'all, why y'all didn't fuck with her before that though? I thought you support your own, all that bullshit, all that fake national, that's bullshit. You don't support shit. Because if you didn't like the Khan fight, fine. If you didn't like the Brook, fine. Brook was over, but Porter, y'all said Porter was going to destroy him. I didn't forget. Y'all said that. He can't handle Sean Porter. He too strong. It's the same shit. Don't want to do shit. You don't want to pay for shit, and you don't want to support shit. You don't, because y'all asked for that fight. I understand the others, but that's a fight that a lot of motherfuckers I seen asked for. And when the boss, I really thought that shit was going to do at least 2 and change. Nah, 1/3. I'm like, see, come on, B. Come on, B. Like, really? Fuck out of here. Look at what's going. Look at what Leonard Ellaby, and I gotta give it to the guy named Barbershop Conversations for this, because he said it better than I could. Floyd, you don't have the money to make that fight for a young black fighter in America? You don't have it? Because that's what Leonard is. That's what he's saying. Leonard said, Devin Haney make good money. We're not gonna pay him that. Why not? So how do you? There's a lot of, I'm trying to tell motherfuckers, look, man, outside looking in, you can't see it, but it's a lot of bullshit in America, and it's not exclusive to, oh, it's just them. That's for, no. So you, black business owner, will not invest in 2 young black fighters and make them rich, win or lose. You won't do that. Nah, let's get them some cheap Mexican fighters, some Spanish fighters. Let's get them that. It's cheaper. Instead of paying Devin Haney what he's being paid, because that's what you telling me. Eddie Hearn, the Brit, is willing to pay Devin Haney more money than his American compatriots. That's what I see. It's a lot of bullshit going on, and motherfuckers don't want to say it because it makes people uncomfortable. But Ryan Garcia, we're making Ryan Garcia. Well, yeah, I see what you're doing, bro. I see what you're doing, and I'm not afraid to say it. I'll take the lumps. You're full of shit.
You know what? I think everyone needs to stop resisting the zone, because really and truly, that could be like the bridge platform to get the fights that we want, to be fair. Because like Top Rank they don't really have a British stable. They don't really have no. The only thing they can do is really work with Eddie or work with Frank, but I don't really see too much evidence of them fighting Frank's fighters. So I mean, if anything, if Eddie had more of a foothold in America, then maybe we could start to see some of the fights, or if they decide that, all this platform beef that they have is non-existent, then we could start to see the fights that we want.
South London, the beef shit is not real. How I know? 2 years ago. I mean, not that the beef shit is not real. The beef shit is real, right? But it's that the Americans don't want to play ball because they just some hateful motherfuckers. You telling me that Gervonta Davis was offered upwards of $8 million to fight Tevin Farmer, and cut off your nose to spite your face? You don't let him take the fucking fight. He could have won and become a unified champion, and that would have got people to chill. The ones that criticize him, like me, that would have got me to chill. Like, yo, he fought Tevin Farmer. He went over there. Jose Ramirez went over there. If I could have said that about David, yeah, I'm gonna ease off. Yo, they offered him the bread, and the bread did the fight. But nah. Stay in America. Stay here on Showtime and fight Gamboa. You want
really? Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, Jay.
I don't sorry to interrupt. It's been real, even though I didn't say much. This has been a good live, but I got to jump off now. So, always thanks for having me on, man. Appreciate you. God bless you.
No problem. Now, what I see is that, look, man, the Americans is full of shit, and sometimes, like the outrage that we see now, you got to understand where I'm coming from when I say that the same channels that are gonna make money off of Crawford versus Arum in court are the same people that were shitting on Crawford when he was fighting. It's the same people. And they, to me, are more accountable than Arum. Nah, the problem is Y'all motherfuckers didn't want to pay for them fights. Even the one that you got, the one that y'all wanted, right? You didn't pay for that fight. Now, Beats, I'm gonna ask you a question. What would the situation have been if Terrence Crawford versus Sean Porter does 360,000?
Well, that's a success, isn't it? Now, and see, they could have. See, the problem is they could have done that if they let Crawford fight him when he had the WBC belt. They could have easily done that, and they could have went over $1 million if the winner went on to fight Spence or Thurman. You know,
would Tim Smith be able to sit here today and say, "Oh, he's not a draw. He's not a draw. So we not going to do that fight." But wait a minute. The motherfuckers that wanted that fight, that was asking for that fight, they the ones that didn't buy it.
Well, you heard what Tony Bellew said. He said if Crawford and Spence was to go to a purse bid, you'll see how much it was worth because people put up bread. I know Eddie would probably put bread up.
This is the thing. I feel like a lot of guys are getting away with too much, and that's my hang up. They're like, dog, for all the promotion in the world, right? Look. Bob Arum has Tyson Fury, right? Tyson Fury is still full of shit to me, though. I don't care who he was full of shit when he was Frank. That doesn't change based on the promoter. You know what I mean? So I cannot look at what happened and say, yeah, I gotta blame Bob. No, it wasn't Bob, bro, because they made a fight that you motherfuckers wanted and you didn't buy it.
Yeah, but you did acknowledge, like, he did have, like, when he had Mayweather, like, you see the piracy and illegal stream issues. They wasn't around when Mayweather was fighting.
And I said this, Beats. What was the difference between Mayweather versus De La Hoya and Crawford versus Spence? In that Mayweather versus De La Hoya situation, Bob had the power to make that fight. That fight, he shouldn't have had to get away from you for the fight to happen. That's the difference. Now, this shit, okay, he don't have the power to make Spence fight him. They made Danny Garcia offer. What Danny do? They offered Danny, and they acknowledged the offer. So it ain't just me saying it. They offered that motherfucker $3 million and a pay-per-view upside. This is before he fought Granados and before he fought Red Catch. They can't make these motherfuckers take the fight. Remember, and everybody conveniently forgets, Danny Garcia was offered the Pacquiao fight. Adrian Broner was offered the fucking Pacquiao fight. They offered them that fucking fight when Manny was still with Top Rank in 2016. They offered them that. Nah, I got to get what Manny get. What do you mean, bro? Are you crazy? You can't make fights with motherfuckers like that.
The brainwashing of PBC has been scary. And, like, if it does unravel on Al, it's going to be horrible because they're all going to realize, man, they was under some cult, you know.
Now listen, for perspective, right? They tried to fucking breathe life in the career of Manny's asshole when he crossed to the PBC, right? This is after motherfuckers say, yo, that motherfucker look old with Jeff Horn. This is well after all of that. That Matisse one don't count because Matisse is shot the shit. This is after all of that, right? Now Manny done found the fountain of youth and all of that bullshit, right? But before any of that took place, including looking old with Jeff Horn, they offered Broner to fight, bro. He didn't take it. They offered Danny to fight. Danny fucking Garcia had the nerve. Nah, I gotta get with Pacquiao. Huh?
Well, look how much Rock Nation offered Broner, man.
But he didn't take it. And remember what was going on at that time, right? I'm trying to remember what was Broner coming off of in 2015 and 2016, because I know he wasn't doing no major shit.
Well, I tell you what, I done a thing, man. I added up how much. Let's say I'm just quoting let's say he got 5 million a fight for Rock Nation. He got nowhere. Like over 6 fights in PBC, he got nowhere.
But see, now you see that beast, right? Now you tell me, do you think you could make fights with these? It's not just, oh yeah, well Bob and Al, they got they don't want to work with Eddie either, bro. They don't want to work with Eddie, bro. How you go? Yo, for a motherfucker to turn down 8 million, think about this, right? Right now, Tevin Farmer's in the running for a Ryan Garcia fight, right? Do you think Ryan's gonna get $8 million for that fight?
Hell no.
But they fucking offered that to Javante, bro. And they nah. Don't take that shit.
Was that when Eddie started flashing the money in front of Ellaby? How much do you want? How much do you want?
Blind bid, right? Blind bid. He said, let's do a blind bid, right? You put up the amount of money you want, and I'll put up the amount of money that I'm willing to put up, and winner takes all. Leonard didn't want to do it. So my thing is this, right? I cannot sit here having seen all of this and pretend they're like, oh yeah, well the PBC is off the hook now, and you cheap motherfuckers that don't want to buy shit, y'all off the hook too, because of blah blah blah. Nah, Bob never stopped me from buying the Crawford fight, bro. I bought 2 out of 3 of them shits. The only reason I ain't bought Paul Star was because I was working that night. I had to watch it on my phone illegally, I might add. That's the only one I didn't buy. You cheap motherfuckers is not off the hook. Don't pretend you care about that dude career. No, you don't. You just want to make videos and make money. After you done shitted on them for 3-4 years, you want to make videos and make money.
Like I see a lot of people welcoming a lot of them back. The ones who were crashing. I ain't fucking with them more.
But that's the shit. But see, now that's why I say you gotta understand where I'm coming from. I'm like, dog, I seen all of this in the Facebook groups here on YouTube and on Twitter. The same cast that was shitting on him for literally 3 to 4 years on Bob is this Bob. Bro, fuck out of here, B. You could have bought that pay-per-view. Well, what do you mean, bro? What do you mean? All right.
You know, one thing I could say, yeah, is because obviously, you know, PBC is on the ropes financially. So if PBC were to somehow disappear, and maybe there was obviously there was a breakup of the fighters, so some went to Oscar's promotional outfit, some went to Matchroom, and some went to Top Rank. At least, yeah, we'll be a little bit more closer to getting some of the fights that we actually want to see. I think PBC needs to go now. I think we should just draw the line under them, and hopefully they could just slowly die out. And then even Mayweather's fighters, they can go to other promotional groups, because what I'm seeing is a whole load of bullshit.
Now listen to this, right? We in a cycle right now that's coming to an end, because a lot of the welterweights we've been talking about is pretty much in their mid-30s, or they're in their 30s, right? Thurman, Crawford, Spence. These is guys that's 30 or approaching 30, or they're in their mid-30s, right? That's a whole cycle, right? And the way boxing works in cycles, right? The new crop, which is kind of been Jaron Boots Ennis, Virgil Ortiz, and David Avenezian is fake. A part of it, really, he's from the old cycle, but still, in boxing, everything is cycles. So this cycle of welterweights did not give us our Super Bowl. They didn't. Our Super Bowl was Spence and Crawford. The other Super Bowls before that was Manny Pacquiao versus Floyd Mayweather, Oscar De La Hoya versus fucking Felix Trinidad. You know the drill. We didn't get that Super Bowl. We didn't get our heavyweight Super Bowl. For 3 fucking years, it was all about Joshua. And I made a lot of goddamn money, by the way. I ain't gonna lie. Off of them, I made a lot of money, man. All right. But we didn't get that Super Bowl neither. So I cannot sit here and ignore all of that and be, well, Spence didn't happen because of Bob. Bullshit. Y'all didn't let a lot of shit happen, man. A lot of shit. It's smaller fights on a smaller scale that wasn't even topics that Oscar Valdez at featherweight versus Leo Santa Cruz at featherweight, WBA, WBO titles. That fight would have made a lot of money. Didn't even get talked about because of the politics. Didn't even get talked about. Shakur Stevenson versus Chris Colbert is a fight that can be built in the future. Will it happen? Probably not. What? Politics. Whose politics, though? PBC's. I'm sorry, it's PBC's. I've seen Bob bury more hatchets to make a goddamn fight than I've seen them. They don't let shit happen.
Wilder Joshua may never happen.
But now, South London, if you go to 2018, I said they're not gonna fight, bro. They may never fight because of this bullshit.
I don't think Wilder can fight unless he retires, unless he fights Joshua.
I mean, they talk about him fighting Ruiz, and we'll see if they do that fucking shit. We'll see if they do that fucking shit. He could win that fight. He could. But he's gonna fuck himself. It's like it's a pride thing, man. They're like, yo, you went to the stadium,
You seen how many people was there. You knew then that this dude is the A-side, bro. If you don't want to believe that a guy that's coming from a country or a region as small as the UK is outselling you because it hurts your feelings. You from big old America and you can't sell shit. And it hurts your feelings. That's why you don't want to do the fight. It's a pride thing. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Do you know of any place in the world where someone can turn down 120 million and then fight for less?
And motherfuckers will still argue about it to this day.
You see, they theorized that DAZN was going to pay him 120 million to fight Ortiz, Kayanaki, and Brazil without Joshua. That's what they really believe that as well. That's
Even
how dumb they are.
Now, Beats, this is why I say it's a pride thing, because Wilder himself, he already came out and said they offered me more for Joshua than they offered me to fight you being Fury. He said that. It ain't me in a video saying that. He said that shit. The cat is out the bag. They just don't want to give it no milk.
But you know what they say? He didn't say it. You can't find a tape of him saying it. It's in
And when it becomes that kind of argument, that's when I have to bow out, because I don't have time for that shit, bro. I don't have time for that shit. If you could use Barry Hearn's Twitter as evidence of something that Barry Hearn said, then why is Wilder's Twitter inadmissible?
Yeah,
because I see it all the time.
Yeah.
It's childish, and once again, it's a pride thing. You can't accept. Here's an example, right? You got people here in America that want to wag their finger in my face about the White versus Fury fight, but here's the truth: Dillian White has sold more pay-per-views in the United Kingdom than Gennady Golovkin sold in the United States. That is a statistical fact, right? Now, Gennady Golovkin got 30% of the upside for the Canelo fight, but you expect me to believe that he's supposed to take 20. So when I say 5 mil at 20%, 5 mil at 25%, that's not you don't make an offer like that when you're trying to do a fight. No, you don't. He literally sold out the O2, and he sold more pay-per-views in the UK than Gennady sold in the US. But Gennady was still able to get 30%, and you telling me that 30% is too much for Tyson Fury? Nah, come on. Tyson Fury can't fight Robert Helenius in America. Please, B, come on. This is stupid.
I mean, 30% would be a lot fairer than what they're doing now, man. You know what I mean?
Well, I said 7 mil up front, 30 to 35%. That does the fight. 5 mil, 20%, and Fury has not even sold a pay-per-view in the U. And how long has it been since Fury fought in the UK, bro? Francesco Pianetta?
He ain't done a pay-per-view since 2015 when he fought Vlad over here.
This is the point. This is the shit that the American populace gets away with being stupid because everybody expects them to be stupid. Everybody does, even me. This shit don't make sense. So no, I'm not gonna look at this case and be like, well, this was the whole. Nah, this wasn't the holdup. The holdup is what it always was. It is what it always was, and it was the PBC because they didn't want to do that fight. When Spence was calling out Canelo wasn't on the PBC side of the street. He wasn't. He was still with Golden Boy at that time, fighting on his own. It's cool to call him out, right? Oh, he's a cash cow. That's different. Well, you say Spence is a cash cow, so why he can't finance the Crawford fight? He cash cow. Move,
exactly.
Motherfucker.
Yeah. You should the fight.
But you see, the thing is, you see the problem that their outfit is having right now is clearly financial, right? So wouldn't it have made sense to just say, yo, Eddie, if you like, we don't like the money that you're offering with Joshua. Like that 120 million is bullshit. Up it to 150 and maybe we can do something. Or okay, cool. Maybe that's not enough. Maybe it's cross promotional because we need some of that bread too.
When
like,
you
they
haggle,
done something.
You have to want and this is why my arguments are so linear. For you to haggle, you have to want to fight.
Well,
they never wanted the fucking fight. Period. When they offered Wilder, look, if you tell me, right, bear in mind, Wilder's highest purse at the time was what? $1 million? They offered him 12 times his highest purse, and that was their initial offer, 12.5. If you like your chances, you telling me that you gonna give me 12 times the amount of money I make to knock this motherfucker? Yes, let's do this. And I'm gonna knock him the fuck out.
Here's the thing. what I don't get about, like, it's got to a stage now, like, with Hrgovic, let's say from Wilder turning down 12, 16, then 120 million, and then the Hrgovic purse bid, there's this kind of belief that if Hearn don't put up all the money, the fight can't happen. Well, if you don't like the offers, you can make counter offers and do the show yourself.
Parker. Well, that money. Okay, motherfucker. You cash cow? Then you put up the money.
Yeah.
Wow. This is the stupid shit I'm talking. This stupid shit. Oh, you don't need fight. What the fuck is David Higgins talking? Like, what are you talking about, bro? You can go to New Zealand right now and fight every able-bodied man in New Zealand. You don't get money like that.
Nope.
Fuck out of here. Dillian White was the A side to you when you fought him.
Right. He's not even our top heavyweight in the country.
Michael Hunter, and Philippe. Yo, you telling me that you need to fight Mike Wilson more than you need to fight Hrgovic?
Right.
So right. Mike Wilson and Jerry Forrest is more valuable than Hrgovic.
I mean, who's managing Michael Hunter? What happened to Michael Hunter's career, man?
Michael Hunter happened to Michael Hunter's career, bro.
Because Eddie let him go. When Eddie let him go,
But see, this is my thing. Eddie letting you go does not mean that the door is closed. For example, Jessica McCaskill only recently became a matchroom fighter. Only recently, right? Yeah. She still got fights on Matchroom before she became when she fought Erica Farias 2 times. Those were Matchroom shows. When she fought Cecilia Breakers 2 times, those were Matchroom shows. And she was not a Matchroom fighter. She was not like Katie's a Matchroom fighter. So just because you're not a Matchroom fighter, that don't mean they're not going to offer you opportunities. Serena McCoy is not a Matchroom fighter, but they offered her a Jamie Mitchell fight on a Matchroom card to be on the zone.
Listen, Craig Richards was a Matchroom fighter. They let him go. He went on Channel 5. He knocked out the guy from Birmingham for the British title. Next thing, he's fighting Bivol, and he's on there again now. You know what I mean? So,
I think the problem with Michael Hunter is he went absolutely everywhere. They're scared of me. The Matchroom are scared of me. What I'll do to their fighters, blah, blah, blah. And obviously shitted on Eddie everywhere he was going. And now, look, what is he doing with his life?
He played the boogeyman card too hard, didn't he?
That's what, to me, that's, look, all right? Because it's like anything else in life, right? That you work towards a certain point and you're going to get in front of some shit and it's going to be a hurdle. The hurdle for him was not Povetkin, was not Ustinov, it was Hrgovic. Everything you want out of your career is on the other side of this fight. Everything you want, the money, the belts, all of it's on the other side of this fight. You know what it's not on the other side of? Mike Wilson.
Yeah.
But that's what you wanted to do, bro.
And now that Martin Bacoli's trying to hold up the Hrgovic Yoka fight. He's saying he's got a contract situation with Yoka, but you turned down the Hrgovic fight. You turned it down. You're trying to stop them from fighting. Tony
Harrison, right? They tell you, yo, come down to Australia, fight Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu is in a pole position to become he is the WBO's mandatory challenger right now. Fuck that shit. I'm not doing that shit so that you could stay here and look for a Luis Arias fight that you don't even have. This shit is wild out here. Like, so you
know why he turned it down. He's gonna get his ass whooped.
But see, that's now you said it. You don't like your chances. Joseph Parker, you didn't like your chances against Hrgovic. Neither did Luis Ortiz or Michael Hunter. That's what it really is. Wilder, I don't care what your fans say. Your managers, maybe you like your chances, right? I don't know. But I know your managers didn't. That's why they didn't want to let you do it. Period.
Yoka was ready to go.
All right? Motherfucking Dillian White. I don't care, bro. If Dillian White was easy, he would have fought him. I don't care. You would have made more fighting Dillian White in the UK than you made fighting Luis Ortiz for a second time in America.
Yep.
Don't tell me that's a stadium fight. Don't tell me.
You know what's funny as well? Do you know what's funny? Like, if you look at some of the heavyweights, or not really heavyweights, but if you look at boxing in general, that's over this side of the pond, I don't really hear too many fights, apart from maybe Joshua, Buatsi, and Yard. I don't really hear too many fights where these fighters are constantly talking about each other, or they constantly get asked about this guy and that guy, and then they don't fight, and then it don't happen, and then
Lee
someone
Wood-
moves up, or it's
Lee Wood
crazy.
versus Mick Conlon, right? I love the fight. I don't know who's gonna win because Conlon has no power, but he can box, and Lee Wood has power, but he don't got the pedigree that Conlon has. I don't know who's gonna win the fucking fight, right? We don't get a lot of shit like that here. Motherfuckers don't understand. We don't get Daniel Dubois versus Joe Joyce. We don't get, you don't see that we don't get that. Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney, we got to be stuck on it. Ryan Garcia versus Isaac Cruz. This motherfucker's coming off a loss. And they can't do the fight. Bruh.
Well,
Motherfuckers get away with too much.
like Sean Gibbons, like he kind of exposed Oscar though with the offer, because you know, like,
Bro, I don't believe Sean Gibbons. You know why? Look at who Sean Gibbons' fighters are. John Riel Casimero. Is it a coincidence that I keep seeing shit getting fucked up for your fighters? Casimero fucks up. What happened to trying to do Casimero versus Inui? Y'all gave up on that, right? All right, well, y'all got Donaire over there. What's going on with that don't happen either. And you supposed to fight Paul Butler, but you had like a stomach cramp.
yeah, what happened to the Paul Butler fight?
Well, now the situation is the week of the fight, Casimero claimed he was ill, so he didn't fight the fight. WBO told him, okay, show us medical documentation that you were actually ill, which he did. But he did, but you still have to fight Paul Butler.
Couldn't make the fucking weight, man.
I have my suspicions. I just don't want to say them because I don't want to be a hypocrite, but I have my suspicions. All right? Now, what I see, okay, Isaac Cruz is a fighter that your claim to fame is literally a fight you lost. Ryan Garcia, now is the time to fight Ryan Garcia. Why? Because that motherfucker hasn't fought in a year. Knock his ass out. Nah, that's not a real offer. We're not gonna fight on an app that nobody watches. That's what he said. That's what Sean Gibbons said. Nobody watches, bro. Really? Who the fuck was watching Davis versus Cruz? Who bought that shit?
Exactly.
Not me.
You keep saying people don't like. They do realize it's about 200 countries that got the zone. They keep saying no one's watching.
But it's a game they can play in America. It's a game they can play. They can play that game because you still got motherfuckers on Twitter that still act like it's 2018 and the zone is new.
And they keep saying app. But as far as the use,
Netflix is an app. Hulu is an app.
That complicated to use. It's not that if Old Boy Beats is using it, it ain't complicated at all. Trust me now. Yeah.
The shit that's going. I always come back. The shit that's going on is crazy. Like y'all really going like Isaac Cruz, your claim to fame is losing, and you got offered a Ryan Garcia fight. Go in there and chin the bitch and be a superstar. This is such a commercial. See, all right, I don't know if y'all know this, right? But Ryan Garcia is a Chicano guy. Isaac Cruz is a Mexican national. That is a commercially successful fight. Isaac, who are you gonna fight if you don't fight Ryan? Who?
That's what I want to know. Because I thought it was I thought like that was a steal. Because basically, like the PBC set that fight up nicely for Golden Boy just to fleece. You know what I mean? That's what it looked like to me. And like is Isaac connected to the PBC? Why he's not taking?
Yes, unfortunately, I wondered about this immediately after the Davis fight. I wonder, is he a PBC fighter? Oh, he's a Sean Gibbons fighter. Okay, he's a PBC fighter.
Affiliated.
He's affiliated, and I have no idea who they're gonna put him. But it's like, well, who do they have over there for him to fight? Who? Oh, like think about the situation. Okay, so you're not gonna fight Ryan, which means also you probably won't fight Devin neither. We know you ain't gonna fight Teofimo because he's going up to 140. So you just gonna be there. Maybe they'll have you fight. That. Think about this scenario. Maybe they reschedule Davis versus Rolly Romero, and then Cruz fights on the undercard, and then after that they do Davis versus Cruz too, because that's the kind of goofy shit that's going on.
True that.
They gave us two Wilder versus Ortiz fights.
Crazy.
They have no shame.
Crazy.
Touching on that as well, yeah. Like you mentioned, Teofimo going up to 140, and I think that once he goes up there, and then the rest of them will probably follow them up there, and then they won't fight there either.
No, they won't. The thing is that, and once again, I know that some people don't like Top Rank, and I understand that, but Top Rank, for the most part, has the run of the place. For the most part, they do. They have Josh Taylor. They have Jose Zapata. They have Arnold Barboza. They got that other kid that looks like Danny Garcia, like a store brand Danny Garcia. They got a lot of ponies in that show, and that will prevent 140 from turning into the shit show that 135 is, because 135 is a shit show. You got too many good fighters that ain't fighting, and they ain't been fighting. They ain't. Devin Haney should not be here with it should bro. Like, y'all need to fight him. He got a belt, Ryan. You don't. That's just facts. And in today's environment, Ryan think it's cool to be out here without a belt because he got a lot of Instagram followers. That's boxing.
Well, if he doesn't get Ryan and he doesn't get Tank, then he might as well just fight Loma, bite the bullet, and just fight him.
Now, here's the other problem, and this I do blame Bob. I believe Loma will fight Devin Haney, but I do not believe Bob Arum would be behind it. Eddie's price is better than Bob's. Eddie can pay for that fight, bro. Period.
I don't
Bob
think,
let it happen.
I don't think Loma is the global phenomenon that Bob paints him out to be.
Nah, but if I told you, see, remember, not a pay-per-view, right? We're not talking about a pay-per-view for that fight. Let's say Bob let the motherfucker do it. Go ahead, Loma. Go over there and get that money. The way you let Jose Ramirez go over there and get that money, right? Motherfuckers will watch that fucking fight. Motherfucker can't tell me shit. Yes, motherfuckers will watch that fucking fight because it's not a pay-per-view. It's not a pay-per-view. It's the zone fight. $20 the max.
Who should Cambosis go for? Loma.
It doesn't make a difference to me, to be honest. He could fight Haney, but I've been saying, y'all better hurry up. Make that fight. I don't know what the holdup is. I don't know, but they better hurry up.
Yeah.
He could fight Devin. I'm gonna watch it. He could fight Loma. I'm gonna watch it. It don't make a difference to me which one come before the other, but when it comes to Devin, yeah, you working with a time constraint, because how long it's going to take the WBO to order that fucking fight? And if they order that fucking fight and you didn't iron out the Haney fight, it's too late, bro. You got to hurry up. That motherfucker's talking about coming back in May. Cambosos. He talking about coming back in May in Australia, right? So hurry up.
But if you're Cambosos, don't you think there's a chance that you think in your mind in terms of confidence that you could probably beat both of them? So it just depends on who offers the most money.
South London, and because people talk shit, if I'm George, I go for Haney. And I come out trying to knock his ass out. Why? Because of the Linares and the Diaz fight. If I'm him, I do that, right? George is not beating Loma. You're not beating that dude, bro. He still has enough left to beat you. Yeah, I know he's sliding, but he still has enough left to beat you. He does.
You don't think he can beat Lomachenko?
Or George, no. Remember, look, I don't like belittling a big victory for a guy, right? But let's be real. Teofimo came out and did what they tell you not to do. You came out looking for the knockout. You was throwing all types of stupid. Go back and watch that shit.
Yeah, he fought stupid. He fought a dumb fight, man.
He was throwing all type of dumbass punches. Bro, that shit, a big part of that shit was you throwing dumbass punches. Maybe it was because I want to finish the guy because I don't feel well and my air in my chest and I can't breathe. Maybe that's what it was. Like, yo, I got to hurry up, fuck him up and go to the hospital. Maybe that's what it was.
So I said it before. I said he might have to go for a knockout quick because that stamina might be playing on his mind, trying to make the weight. I mean, horrible.
But George, like, I give it to George because you got to be of a certain skill set to capitalize on the dumb shit. You do though. Like you can't just be a piece of shit. And yeah, I'm a piece of shit, but no, you got to be. And he boxed great. He did. Like the opportunities he gave you, you fully capitalized because he's swinging for the fences. He going crazy in here, B. But I don't see George beating. Like, nah, I don't know about you beating Loma, bro.
I reckon, like, if his chin holds up, I think he can box with Loma for lengthy periods. You know.
Remember, Lopez dropped him. Late.
Lopez is a powerful boy, though.
Yeah, but he's a powerful boy that he claims in that fight had air in his chest. Couldn't breathe. His neck was swole, not but a few days ago, right? So a dude like that dropped you. All I'm saying is, look, man. Comey versus George. Yeah, 50, 60, 40 fight. Because Comey hit hard, bro. I don't give a shit. That motherfucker hit hard. And he proved in the Loma fight, bro. If you don't knock me out, I'm going to keep coming after you. That's a lot. And that motherfucker hit hard. Made Marinez look like doo-doo. I don't know if George could beat a guy. And I'm not saying that to knock George. I like George. I really like that kid. He's a good kid. But do you really like, yo, if it's George and Comey, who do you edge that fight towards?
George. Hey, I'll edge it to George, man, right now.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going with George.
I don't know. Motherfucker like that, you need angles for a motherfucker like that.
Comey ain't got nothing more than a puncher's chance, I wouldn't have thought.
I think for me, what I'm judging it on is like that fight was back and forth. It was punch for punch, and George won the punch for punch. Now, if he was in a fight with Loma, stamina wise, it'll be stamina for stamina. I think they both can hold up with the stamina. It'll just be who starts tagging who harder after a while. So for me, even though I give the edge with skill and just probably more so the skill, I give that to Loma, but anything could happen. That's why it's just a bit mad. But I think he can beat Haney, but then again, I want to say he can beat Haney, but then again, I don't know. Like it literally, because Haney always can scrape a fight.
It's more winnable, but that don't mean he beat Haney. You see what I mean? Like it's more winnable, but that don't mean you beat him. It's just, yo, Haney, to me, Haney been at 35 too long, and it's starting to show up. That's how I feel. That yo, you growing, you not little for lightweight, you know. You're not a little lightweight. Isaac Cruz is a little lightweight. You are not little. You probably need to move up to 40. And the longer this fight takes to make, the longer you stay here, the less punch resistance you're gonna have making this 35. So it's winnable, but that don't even mean George wins. With Loma, I don't see that, bro. You're gonna have to conjure all the Australian boxing spirits and the Greek ones too. You're gonna have to fucking have the soul. Well, he not dead, but still, you're gonna need the soul of Costa Zoo and Jeff Finnick and Thunder from Down Under. I forgot his name. You're gonna need all them, bro, to win that motherfucker.
I think that's a doubt. I think Loma struggles, man. With George. I think he struggles. He struggled with George.
I don't know, man. I really feel like, yo,
it's just timing. Not that he's as good as Loma. It's just timing.
What would you say if he could match him? What would you say if he could match him, like stamina for stamina? Because I believe that's where Loma beats a lot of his opponents.
Stamina for stamina is one thing, but the angles, bro, the angles and the pivots, and the shifts. That's what I see. That I'm like, I don't know if George could deal with that, bro. Maybe he can, and I just haven't seen it yet. But I haven't seen him. I haven't like, yo, them shifts and them pivots, man. They a motherfucker. He's a southpaw too. Oh man, throw weird punches from weird ass angles. Oh man, and you got the belts he wants, so that's extra bad. Extra bad. I'm like, oh, I can't pick George to beat this guy, man. If he do, fantastic, but I can't pick him to do it.
You see, the thing is, yeah, even though you can't pick him, if he does beat Loma, you can't be surprised either, and that's why it's crazy.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I would be surprised.
I wouldn't be if he beats him. I wouldn't be.
You know what? Look, the Lopez shit
because he's already taken a big scalp already,
bro. The Lopez shit has people crazy, right? Here on this channel, this is not a I told you so. I'm just saying that I was able to understand. Yo, Lopez, man, you fucking around, bro. You've been at lightweight a whole year now, and you was busting at the seams before you fought Loma.
The bigger question, right, is what fight is more important to the division, Undisputed or Loma's scalp?
I would say Undisputed because let's say Haney goes to Australia and he wins the fight, gets all the belts, or it happens the other way, right? Conversation over. That is Undisputed, right? That don't even take Loma out of the shit because these WBO mandatory. You still got to fight him, right? So the ideal order, right, to satisfy all of the bullshit that people have been complaining about is Devin and Eddie have to hurry up. Hurry up. Because if Loma gets them belts, right, he gets the 3 belts that he used to have, that don't change Haney's situation. He still got the world. You got the French fry. The French fry don't count, bro. It didn't, and I don't feel like having that. The French fry don't count, bro. If it counted, Canelo would not have got the world. He went after the world, and he already had the French fry. Why? Because the world is the one that counts, not the French fry.
Yeah, why is Taylor Serrano on the same day as Valdez and Stevenson? Why are Bob and Eddie doing that though?
Bob did that because they've been said that Taylor Serrano was going to be on April 30th. The saving grace is that those fights are in different time zones. Taylor Serrano is the East Coast.
Okay.
Yeah, Taylor Serrano is I was going to do a video on it, but for those that don't realize, them fights is not going to be happening at the same time. Valdez versus Stevenson is going to be at least an hour after Taylor versus Serrano. At least that shit is going to run late because that shit is in Vegas. That's way over there on the. It's not the West Coast, but it's way out west. Is
that like a 2-fight deal, by the way?
What?
Taylor
you mean like
Serrano.
I mean, you know it's a real. It's Eddie Hearn, bro. Match room, rematch room. You know it's a rematch, good. But listen, man. I don't know if I don't give a shit what people say, bro. I've been watching Amanda for years, and everything that people say about that fight is based on who she fought. You ain't fought shit.
You heard what the Liverpool girl said? What's her name?
Natasha Jonas?
Yeah, she said Serrano's all wrong for Katie.
I love Natasha, bro. And I'm always love Natasha. But I can't agree because when you only fight stationary targets, how does that prepare you for a moving target? That's a legitimate question.
Has Katie still got them kind of legs though?
This the thing. Look at the girls that she fought, the oohing and eyeing, right? Daniela Bermudez comes forward, not backwards. Yamileth Mercado, yo, she go life and death with everybody, bro. And I love her, but she literally goes life and death with everybody. The fight before that, she was getting pieced the fuck up. The fight before that, she was getting pieced the fuck up. What I saw is, yo, you telling me that at 126, you can't drop this girl? She's from 122. And you fighting Katie at 135, and she's a harder target than her. And that's why I keep saying, as long as Katie boxes, it shouldn't really be a problem.
So
it shouldn't.
The Serrano power won't be a factor.
I've been giving her the benefit, whether people are aware of it or not. I've been giving her the benefit of the doubt, right? Now, you folded up Daniela Bermudez, and I think that's saying something because she's a tough bastard. Like, she's tough, B. Come to your backyard, fuck you up, and take your belt tough. She's that tough, right? She's done that before, right? But she's still a super bantamweight. And she didn't debut as one either. She's a naturally smaller girl than you are. You fought her at feather, right? That was your last knockout. You didn't knock out the Mexican girl on Jake Paul's undercard, and she's a super bantam. You go up to 35, you fight Miriam Gutierrez, who is little more than a piñata. You didn't knock out. You couldn't miss. You couldn't knock out. So what happens if you do miss? That's why I keep asking. Like, yo, a lot of these girls you fighting, they really can't move. And it ain't because it ain't girls at these weights that can move. Yes, it is. You just don't be fighting them because why you think Jordan was so mad at the Mexican girl and started saying all that bullshit? Well, I thought you was a Mexican fighter. You gonna move. Well, what the fuck you want her to do? Stand there? She's already a super bantamweight.
Like, so are you saying it's not competitive?
I'm saying that this is one of those situations where you're gonna have to show me something that I've never seen before from you, because you don't be fighting moving targets, and that's a fucking fact. You don't.
All her opponents, none of them can box on Katie's level.
More like you fought one or two good fighters that are come forward fighters. That's what I see. It's not that look, Heather Hardy's all right, but come on, bro. She's not a big puncher. She never was. All right. And she's a come forward fighter. She's not no stick and move outside, hit and not get hit fighter with head movement and all that board. No. Come on.
Hardy fighting Terry Harper.
Mm-hmm. And Hardy and Heather, I think Harper is gonna mess her up. I think she's gonna mess her up.
That depends on how she recovers from that last outing, man.
Listen, you can mess a motherfucker face up with a jab, and Hardy got a lot of scar tissue. You can and look, like a lot of people don't want to be fair, and that's what I see. A lot of people don't want to be fair to Terry. They don't want to be fair because they're raw about the Jonas fight. They don't want to be fair though. They're like, yo, you got to remember, and I believe Steffi. He don't strike me as a liar. She stayed at that weight too long. Terry was always big for super featherweight. I actually agree with him when he said that. They're like, yeah, he said that she was drained, right? I believe that. Why? She was out for a year, and she was always big for a super featherweight, always big for that weight, and she's young, so she's growing. So I believe maybe she was drained, right? But she's not a bad fighter. Motherfucker shouldn't talk about how like she a bad fighter. She's a damn good fighter because she don't got no Olympic pedigree. Fuck out of here. She don't got no deep amateur background, but she did all right.
Damn. Okay. I'm looking forward to them. I'm looking forward to all of them, man.
But I do think Terry will mess. I think Terry will paint her face. That's my prediction. I do think Terry will paint Heather's face because Heather looked at crazy. That fight on the Boo Boo undercard, right? The girl named Jessica Kamara. Jessica Kamara was fucking her up, bro. She was fucking Heather up, bro. And I think it was Jessica. It really ain't a big puncher. She can fuck you up. Terry fuck you up. She'll fuck you up. The homie Terry Harper, B. Terry Harper, Steffi Boy. You know what I'm saying? I fucks with them. That's a dynamic duo. But yeah, it's a lot of shit, man. Like I'm not trying to knock Amanda. It's not that she has no chance. It's just that if you've seen her, remember that you didn't believe Daniel Dubois because you didn't see the shit. You just didn't nah, I don't see the shit that I need to see from you. I don't see the shit. That's how I feel about yo, I don't really see you. I don't be seeing you with nobody that can move like that. I've never really seen you with somebody that can move like that, to be honest with you. Do you have the edge in power? She dropped Miriam Gutierrez, and that's what everybody forgets. Katie dropped Gutierrez. Amanda did not.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, man, if she walks into Katie's shots, because that's where Katie's most effective. If she can, and if Amanda, can't, but if she can't box, she won't beat Katie. I will say that if she can't box to a level comparable, then she won't win. She won't win.
It has to come down to me Amanda has to make the adjustment, right? To where okay, Katie's moving a lot, so let me shorten up the jab and double up on it so that at least I'm close to her when I let a straight go. I don't know that she could do that. Why? Because all of your opponents have always been these girls that they gonna be there. They come on, because Miriam Gutierrez wasn't gonna be there. She wasn't gonna be there. She's so elusive. Oh my God, she Pernell Whitaker. Come on. Who you fought that ain't gonna be there is what I want to know. Katie fought some girls that ain't gonna be there. That Greek Dominican girl at 140, she be moving and slipping and sliding and hooking. That's what she do. And she's strong and she got a good set of legs. She can move forward or backwards. I seen her fight these people. I ain't seen you fight people like that. You always the biggest puncher in the room. Always. Always.
It's a great fight though. It should be a great event though.
I hope it is. If it's, I hope it. Like, look, I want them to make money. I'm just saying that it's telling me that she is 7th division champion. That's cool. Who you fought? That's cool. Who you fought?
I tell you what, man. I think this is gonna. I think it's gonna be very tight on the scorecards. I think the occasion is gonna make it a tense fight.
That's like Leo.
I don't
Santa
think
Cruz.
so.
Leo
No?
Santa Cruz.
I think Katie is gonna win most of the points in most of the rounds, but that's just me.
Motherfucking Leo Santa Cruz is a 4th division champion. Who the fuck you fought, bro? You got knocked out by Davis, and you didn't give Carl his 3rd fight. Motherfuckers act like it's 2-1. It's 1-1, bro. Beat you the first time, bro. I ain't forget.
Is that Conlan Woods fight gonna be for the full title, or are they still gonna let Leo hold on to that strap?
Leo is talking shit. Leo's saying he gonna stay at 26, and so long as he stays at 26, that means he's the champion. But what you really gotta ask yourself is the WBA gonna order that fight? Because they eased off of the 147 shit. They eased off. They let Ugas fight Spence. Is they gonna ease off Leo? That motherfucker shouldn't have a belt, man.
Yeah, they should strip him.
Now, for perspective, Rigo went to 130 and had a fight at 130 and lost that fight. And because he lost that fight at 130, they took away his belt at 122. But you gonna let Leo and his bitch ass get knocked out at, what was it, at 30? You didn't give him that. You didn't give Rigo the courtesy that you gave Leo. You let his bitch ass, and I don't know why, because he don't, like, bro, who is a Leo Santa Cruz fan? Please. Because y'all acting like he a cash cow. He's not.
Yeah, there's a couple of fighters I don't like. I don't like Leo Santa Cruz. I'm not that. Daniel Dubois, guys like that. Like,
I like Dubois. I like the fight in Dubois.
like Trevor Bryan, man.
You gonna fuck him up. Fuck him up. He gonna fuck him up.
If he struggles against Trevor Bryan, he's gonna get it, man.
It's hard to imagine, but we'll see. Because Trevor was struggling with the ghosts of Severn.
Do you know what's funny is I remember when they, like, obviously before the fight with the Daniel Dubois fight. So before he had the fight with what's the other guy's name, Joyce.
Yes.
Before he had the fight with Joyce, they were like, "Yeah, he dropped Joshua in sparring, blah blah blah. Watch what's gonna happen. He's gonna put himself in contention for the title, and then hopefully Joshua doesn't duck." Now I'm just like, rah. Had that fight had taken place, it would have been a madness.
Oh yeah,
it would have been murder on the dance floor.
You would have fucked him up. Joshua would have fucked him up, bro. I ain't even going to hold you. He would have fucked him up, right? But check the shit. My man Daniel is back, B. He's back, all right? So enough of that shit. He lost that fight. It's all right. At least he motherfucking had it. You can't get bitch ass Ryan. Can't get bitch ass Ryan to fight Devin.
Does he beat like
Daniel Dubois
White? Does he beat White? Does he beat White?
No, come on now. Stop it. But
I don't know if he beats Woodley. Fabio and them guys, man.
Listen. Does he beat Babic? Yeah.
No, he beats Babic.
All right.
He beats
Babic. He knocks out Babic. He knocks him out.
Babic trying to get sent to the hospital. He trying to fight Oscar Reed.
Give him a fight.
He trying to get sent to the hospital. You know, I want to see Babic in a big fight. You know,
one of Daniel's best opponents.
I'm just telling you, bro. As slow as Rivas looked, still, Babic looked crazy with that Spillmont dude. He looked crazy. Like, yo, you really got wobbled by this guy? Supposed to be looking good, bro. You ain't supposed to be looking like that. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he got some pussy before the fight. Maybe that fucked him up, but he looked crazy with that dude.
But is there any big fights on the horizon for Babic?
Rosicki is a big fight. I would say Rosicki is a because Rosicki fought his fucking ass off. But I'm being real. I wouldn't pick him to beat Rosicki. Rosicki took the power, bro. He took that shit and kept coming forward.
Yeah, but Rosicki takes too much punches, man.
If he smother Allen the way Oscar is not a tall dude, but he not no fucking shrimp. And Rosiski took that power, bro. I mean, shit. I don't know, Wilder.
Babbage is just another white rhino. Not in the way he fights, yeah, but you just know that once he starts fighting decent fighters, he's gonna get smoked very often.
Garcia
Like
would smoke him, bro.
You guys right with my man Babbage, man.
I like Babbage. I take him for what he is, like Munguia.
I like him as well. He's exciting. I like him because he swings for the fences. He don't care.
Yeah, if he could keep winning, doing that crazy shit, that's even better. If he could, but you asking me, do I think he could, bro? Nah, somebody gonna catch you, bro.
Well, you said he beats Wilder though. He beats Wilder.
Nah.
Yeah, man. You just get him in the corner and that's it, bro. It's over. It's over. Once he's on the ropes, it's over.
Hey, listen, I tell you what, before Wilder's, if he carries on fighting, he can get knocked. Someone white can knock Wilder out. Trust me.
Wilder's not good on the back foot.
Babbage will get spilled good, bro.
Wilder's not good going backwards. If he made him go backwards the whole fight, it'll be peak for him.
See, you said Joshua versus Dubois would have been a madness, bro. Wilder hit that dude. That dude will turn into Skittles. If he hit that dude, the way Spillman, matter of fact, look, Spillman caught this man, bro. If Wilder hit that man, yo, dog, like he'll turn into fucking kitty litter.
I don't know, man. Like this, man. Like Wilder.
Oh God.
See Wilder like,
Bruh, look. I'm not trying to oversell Spilker, right? But keep in mind that Alen Babbage has not fought someone on the level of a Spilker, right? Spilker had Wilder looking bad for a minute. Wilder shifted his weight through his back foot, readied up the counter, and he caught Spilker. Spilker's harder to read, I think. I think Spilker's harder to read than Babbage. You know what Babbage about to do. You know. He'll turn that motherfucking fucking.
Listen, when I look at the two Harper's fight, Wilder, I don't know about it. And like the Molina fight.
Bruh, I'm telling you, you can't just he got one gear, bro. One.
Molina ain't got gear. He's
yo,
place.
And I know he fought Molina, and Molina just came for the check, and I dig it. I know, but nah, you're not going. Nah, B.
All right, what about Derek Wilder then?
Look, I don't want to sound like the Eddie Hearn agreement guy, but he has a point. You got to stop Derek, bro. Yeah. Because if you don't stop him, he's gonna keep coming after you, bro. And he's an inside guy that bobs and weaves. That's for a tall. Look, remember, Wilder's a tall ass dude, and he throws straight punches. He don't have a left hook. He don't have an uppercut like that to where he could time it and catch you. No, he don't. The only reason he caught Ortiz with an uppercut was because he was already throwing a combination. Right? You talking about catching a motherfucker that comes forward and bobs and weaves. The point that Eddie made that I believe a lot of people are missing is he's saying, if you don't stop this motherfucker in 4 rounds, it could get very bad for you. And did I just not see Wilder? All right, you came out in the first round of the Fury trilogy, jabbing to the body. Literally in the second round, you breathing with your mouth. Just because you had to throw a little more than you usually do. You breathing with your mouth. Like, nah, B. Eddie got a point.
Yeah, stamina and punch out. Derek whoops him, right? So, like, see, Eddie put conditions on it. That's what people. Oh, Eddie said he could not. Eddie put conditions. If you can get past the right hand in the first 4, then you have a shot at beating him.
How many fighters that Wilder fought? And this is, I hate doing this because then it feels like 2018 all over again. But I'm like, yo, who did Wilder fight that characteristically comes forward, bobbing and weaving and shooting a looping right hand? Who?
No one.
That's Derek's calling card. Bob, weave, shoot the looping right. Yeah. I don't know that Wilder could take one. No, and I'm not playing. I don't know if he could take one of those.
I think his team rejects that offer if it were to come in. Even if they offered him 20 million, I think they would say no.
Listen, people are like you see, look, Derek's dangerous, man. Like if you take Usyk 75 or whatever or 84, you're not a bad fighter. You're not a bad fighter. 75, 84 Usyk, you're not bad.
Motherfuckers will look at the losses, right? And it feels like 2018. Oh, Derek has losses in the double digits. Okay, now tell me who beat him. Tyson Fury, motherfucking Klitschko, motherfucking Usyk, David Hay. These ain't nobodies that beat him. If you look at the Lord, like really though, the only guy that is kind of a nobody is a Geet Caballel. But I bet that dude can move though. Like he don't hit hard, but he can move. He move a lot. He move pretty good for a heavyweight. So Wilder, who were you fighting when he was fighting Fury, right? Who were you fighting? When he was fighting David Hay, who were you fighting?
Let's go. On the road. And
okay.
I'm beating Hellenius.
That was the fucking point that I made. That take Derek out shit, swap his ass out, and put Wilder in there with the people on the same track record that Derek got. And what, Wilder would have won? No. He got dropped by fucking Harold Skolniz, remember?
Over. If he fought Derek's resume and fought Klitschko in his 14th fight and Fury in his 13th, and then his career would be finished now.
That's what I said. If he had that same trajectory, that same menu, right? Wilder don't make it to the WBC. He don't make it to the title.
Doesn't. Harold Skolniz had him on the deck, bro. You know what I mean? Harold Skolniz had him on the deck. Don Charles says he agreed with Eddie. He says, yo, you know what I mean? You give Derek the drills, the defensive drills. He's got a shot at it. They
making it some bitch ass. Oh, that's just some you kid. No, motherfucker. It's look at the shit, bro. Look at Derek. Even look at him. Look at him. Bobbing and weaving, shooting the looping right. Bobbing and weaving, shooting the looping right. Wilder got tired after a round. Oh, well, he caught Fury with the. Does Fury bob and weave? He's taller than Wilder. The answer is no. He doesn't bob and weave. He feints. He moves out of range with his feet. Derek comes forward, bobbing, weaving, shooting the looping right. And you're tall, so you're there for that right. Because Wilder doesn't move his head. Wilder moves his head? We going I don't like having that discussion with a lot of because I'm like, yo, y'all really acting like this dude, like
Wilder's record is padded, bro. It is so padded. You know what I mean? Like his fan base, when he knocked out Thurman in a rematch and the way they reacted was the greatest thing, man. And like this, it was a good knockout, don't get me wrong.
But it's Thurman, bro. He was out for 2 years. That's the shit that this is why I said, like, yo, look, I didn't feel that way at the time because I didn't take it into consideration. Povetkin would have got this motherfucker, man. Yeah, he would have got him. All that moving and countering, all them sneaky ass hooks, he would have got him.
You think Povetkin would have knocked him?
I think he would have got him. It's all.
This is why he ran away. He completely ran away. When they found out there was a small adverse reaction, he was quickly on the plane. He was gone. He didn't want to know.
They didn't do that to Ortiz.
I don't even
no talk of a rematch or nothing. No talk of rescheduling.
He didn't get to Russia. He was in Britain. He didn't go to Russia. He was in Britain.
Just look. Just remember, right? Wilder versus Povetkin was circa 2015, 2016. I was supposed to go down.
Yeah.
The Povetkin at Fort White was 2020, right? And he still had enough to put us. He is getting his fucking ass beat the whole time. He's getting his. Dillian was jabbing his head off. Still had enough to put a sneaky ass slow uppercut in there. And you think that this motherfucker couldn't get Wilder on the Meldonium in 20? Yes, he could have.
There were stages where I thought, yo, AJ's gonna get chinned in him. I mean, Povetkin. There were stages early. I said AJ needs to tie him now.
When he broke his fucking nose and he landed that left hook to his face, I was like, yo. All right. So what I see is, yo, dog, a smaller fighter with a lower center of gravity. Yo, look at the and I don't go off of sparring sessions, but it's the best example. Wilder throws straight punches. His punches are straight, like his best punches, right? That do a lot of damage. They're all straight punches, man. The straight right hand. Yo, you think Derek can't get under that? Come over the top?
Exactly. And see, like with Povetkin, see, I've heard people, Tyson Fury would kill him. I'd have Tyson Fury the favorite, but Tyson Fury can telegraphs a lot of his shots too. And if Povetkin fucking sees one of them telegraph shots and does a little move and come over with a left and a right, he'll go just like David Price.
I don't like talking about Fury resume because then it turns into you're an AJ fan. Listen, bro, all right? If Steve Cunningham can put you on your ass, don't tell me Povetkin can't get you.
Of
Yeah,
course.
Povetkin would drop Fury as well, 100%.
Don't tell me that he couldn't have got him, all right? Now, when you supposed to be, and I don't like the conversation. But he could compete in any. No, he can't. The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Because he beat Wilder?
Yeah.
Oh. Everybody AJ fought was. Oh, and what the fuck was Vlad when he fought him? He was in his late 30s.
I'll tell you what, man. Povetkin ain't no John McDermott, bro.
This is some clown shit. Like, listen, man. Don't tell me. Yeah, let's put Fury up there with Joe Louis because he fought Wilder 3 times. Are you serious?
You know the thing is, yeah, when he was fighting Wilder, people was giving him the respect, and then every match that was happening, it's like people tried to give him extra respect, and it's the same guy. It's not a new guy on that sort of a level that you're fighting. You're fighting the same guy who he's still trying to figure out the code of how to beat Fury. Every fight he was trying to do something slightly different, and he just kept on coming up short.
Fury got the respect because the boxing fans, fuck the polarization and all that. We knew he was a cherry pick. How was he not? Did he look amazing with Sefer Seferi? No, that was a glorified sparring session. With Pianetta, he was a little bit more serious, but he was still fat than a motherfucker. Everything that people say now about Fury, they didn't say that after he beat Klitsch. It was like, oh, this shit is awful. I don't want to watch that shit.
That's right. Yeah.
What the fuck they were saying? So that means your analysis of Fury is really just all based on Wilder. It is. It's all based on Wilder. And what's Wilder? A one-handed fighter. Did he look amazing without Overleen?
No.
Now you can't look.
To me, he
amazing.
lost that fight.
Listen. There have been fights stopped for less that was on the side of his face. All right. Now I'm not gonna bitch and nitpick. I'm just telling you. No, I don't believe the shit that you're telling me about. No, he's competitive in any area. No, fuck out of it. Yeah, right. Fury and Burt Cooper on that coke. Fuck out of here. Bird to get him. Why not?
Listen,
You got it. Bird to get him.
Listen, there's still people say, "Oh, you're AJ." There's people who can beat AJ. If he fights everyone in the top 10, he'll get beaten again. And if Fury and Wilder fight everyone in the top 10 equally, you're gonna get beaten. One of them they're gonna get knocked out. I'm telling you. I'm waiting. See the way they wait time. I don't want Wilder to let Wilder keep fighting against top 10 opponents. Watch if he ain't.
It won't happen. And this is why I don't like talking about it, because it won't happen. Because they know. Yeah, put Wilder in there with Hergovic. Do it. It's easy. You want a championship, right? You want to fight for belts? Fight Hergovic. Easy.
Yeah. Come. Yeah.
IBF mandatory. If you want it,
Hergovic. That'd be beautiful.
beautiful. He's slow. Fight him. Nah, you won't do that, right? I know why. The belt
Joyce. Fight
me.
Joyce. Fight Joyce.
Yo, listen. I'm not playing. Fuck around, Joe beat that motherfucker.
Joyce will spark him.
Wilder, look, right? Wilder has never been what they wanted him to be because he was filling a void by, well, we ain't got a Bowl and we ain't got a Holyfield. We damn sure ain't got a Tyson, you know. We ain't got a Ali no more. You know, I'm like, we don't got. So Wilder's filling a void. That's all it was, bro. That's it. That's it.
You know, one thing that annoys me about that Wilder situation, it's not like he cleaned up America, because you still got Hunter over there. You still got some of Miller that at the time was over there. and he didn't fight. He didn't have like an all-American clash with these guys. Like he could have fought them guys. He could have fought some other guys.
Because he
But-
fought Ortiz, and because and look, man, I'm not with the bullshit. All right, I am not with the bullshit. The Cuban fighter thing, right? Cubans is dope in the amateurs. Don't tell me that because he beat a Cuban heavyweight, he's the shit. No. Ortiz didn't fight shit. Who the fuck did he fight? Oh, he beat Brian Jennings. Big deal. Oscar Rivas beat Brian Jennings.
Yeah.
Joe Joyce beat Brian Jennings. He didn't look great, but he beat him. Is that it?
You got the W. You got the W.
All right. Well, he fought Tony Tom. Tony was old as shit. He was old as shit when Ortiz fought him. But you had them two fights on Matchroom, and I fucking watched them, and you look Reggie. It's not a coincidence that when they took you out of the kiddie pool and they just let you out there and be out there, just be out there, bro. You a boogeyman, right? Go be out there. You ain't look like no king shit. You ain't look dope. You didn't look dope just now with Charles Martin. Stop me about, yo, he was fucking you up, bro. So
See, you know what it's like? I've seen like the PBC, they're trying to damage control the AJ Charles Martin with, oh, he wasn't ready, and oh, this and that, and oh, he like Charles Martin tried to say he got hurt in sparring. Yeah, maybe you did, but that's so what? AJ fucked you up,
right?
I saw where he lost it. I was at the open workout before at the York Hall. I was up there, and he was nervous from there. I saw him. He was nervous.
Because, yo, you know what this shit is? These motherfuckers don't see, like, and that's why I got a lot of respect for these guys that's willing to go to somewhere else. You know how scary it is for a guy from a like you from a little ass country, little fly speck on the map, gonna go over there to this man's backyard. You scared, bro. But that's why I respect the guys that do it, because it's like, yo, it take guts to do that. For Josh Taylor, you on the West Coast. It's Chicanos, Mexicans all up and down. You still talking shit? I like that.
Yeah. Just gangster, man. Just gangster.
Still talking shit and trying to start a fight. But I don't understand a word the motherfucker saying, but it's just real shit. All right? I respect it. But the American cats, they don't like that. They don't like that. Look. Ryan Martin goes to Scotland. He's on PEDs. You are on performance enhancers, so you could not perform. This shit is so wild. Watch that fight. Josh Taylor, Ryan Martin.
I wish the Povetkin Wilder fight had happened, man. That was a great matchup, man. That was a great matchup. Wilder could have knocked him out, though.
Of course, listen. See, this is what Wilder fans don't understand, right? I'm not saying Wilder couldn't have knocked him out. That's a genuine possibility just because they're heavyweights. But for my money, looking back, I think Povetkin would have got him.
The longer it went, it would be bad for what? Because once Povetkin gets the timing down,
and he was on meldonium.
He can sleep anyone.
And he was on meldonium, a vasodilator.
But the thing is, they gave him the credit for getting on a plane. They didn't give him a credit for getting in the ring. They gave him the credit for getting on the plane. So they said, oh, he got on the plane, so that means he tried to fight him. He tried to. No. And I just kept on hearing this try to, and it was annoying me. Because...
And I'm not going to lie, I said that. But you know what I didn't realize then? Eddie Hearn loses a purse bid, motherfuckers laugh. Motherfuckers, Eddie lost the purse bid. Who lost the purse bid to Wilder versus Povetkin? Al Heyman. That's why it was going to be in Russia. Motherfuckers don't want to talk about that. You don't want to talk about that. Al Heyman lost the purse bid. That's why it was going to be in Russia.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yes, he did. Yes, and Wilder was champion.
That communicates to me what I've always known. Bro, don't sit here and tell me that he an A-side or do anything when you had to go to Russia to defend your belt.
Right.
When AJ fought Povetkin, did he go to Russia?
Nope.
But you won 50% of an AJ fight.
Exactly.
It never made sense. Like, yo, dog, you didn't mean enough to Al Heyman for him to keep the fight in America. He lost the first bid.
Rabinski out. Was it Rabin? No, it was
It was Robinski.
yeah, outbid. Yeah, you outbid them, bro. Outbid
So
them.
how you sitting here asking for 50% when them Russians was about to have you over there, bruh? You wildin'.
Yeah.
Oh, he became when? Because they offered him the 12.5 before he fought Fury.
And you notice he didn't argue about the Pacquiao. He was going over there, even though he only got to Britain. He was going over there. He didn't argue.
And I'm not going to knock him. All I'm saying is when they ready to let you go over there to that cold ass country that's mad fucking cold and the ring is red, right? They was going to really let you go over there, bro. Right?
Yeah.
Don't fucking sit here and tell me that, oh, he's so valuable. No. What? You 50%?
But do you know what's? I don't know if this is a strange one, yeah. But that test, yeah, the minute whatever they found in his bloodstream, yeah, that test, yeah, saved Wilder that time, and the same thing happened to Delian. Like that, whatever minute traces, or maybe it was just an F up with the whole test. Maybe nothing was in his system, right? But them,
yeah, there was no substance contamination.
Yeah, them two tests, yeah, they messed up the fights, and he benefited from those two situations. I'm very lucky. That I could have. Those would have been two extra. And he would have got knocked out 2 times, as far as I'm concerned, on his resume.
No,
he would have had extra KOs.
I'm not saying that it's an absolute, because heavyweight boxing is a weird ass bitch. Shit happens, yo. That's heavyweight box. That's the history of heavyweight. Weird things happen, bro. Believe it, right? But I'm just saying the way you acting with this white fight, or the way you acted, because you ain't in contention no more. And the fact that you don't want to fight him now, even that's a money fight. Don't fucking tell me that's a money fight, right? Them Brits, if you want to do it in Vegas, they'll come. They'll come for that. They'll come. Wilder versus White.
What, Dillian Fury in Vegas?
Look, you could do Dillian versus Fury in Vegas, but it is not an event. It's not in the UK. That is an event. All right, people are gonna get drunk. Weed is gonna get smoked. People are gonna bust. It's crazy. Fury versus shit is gonna happen. It's gonna go down. People gonna fight in the parking lot. It's going down. All right, in the UK. Let them have that, because that's better for boxing. Appeasing these Americans has not worked, because you'll give them a fucking fight that they wanted and they won't buy it.
They need to keep that in Britain. They really do. It's too risky putting a fight like that.
That shit is stupid, motherfucker. Like the whole welterweight division is, and I'm sick of it. Like, oh, it's the most deepest division. What the fuck are you talking about?
Fam, in all truth, right? America will never get Dillian and Fury. I don't think Britain are going to get it. I think the Saudis are going to get it.
I hope. Listen, I hope, because I had a vision that this cocksucker fights Francis Ngannou. Like, yo, you know what he'll do? He will not fight Dillian. He'll drop the belt. He'll go over there, fight Francis Ngannou in a crossover fight that'll do massive numbers. He has that option. Who's Francis? Francis won a box now. Right? That's the type of cat he is. And his cocksucking fan. Hey, Tyson Fury, richest man of the religion. Yeah, shut the fuck up, bro. He fought 3 people, bro. And he's Ali for fighting. Bro, who you comparing Wilder to? Listen to Foreman. What the fuck? Wilder supposed to be like, see this? I don't want to have this because I'm old, bro. Like, no, he's not Foreman, bro. Who's Wilder? All right, if he's Foreman, if he is his Foreman to Ali, okay then. Who is Wilder's Joe Frazier that he beat the shit out their ass? Luis Ortiz?
Who's his run wild?
Jared Molina?
Go there with that.
You know, one of my main gripes with like some of the American audience, not all of them, is that when the fighter is clearly ducking the fight, they start backing them up.
Yeah.
They start saying like he doesn't deserve the fight anyway. Like, well, who has he fought? What has he done? And I'm thinking to myself, hold on, yeah, bruv, do you not see that this man wants to fight this man, and the very fact that it's now become a talking point, you need to hold your guy accountable for not fighting him.
Now, motherfucker sat there for 3 years, which brings us back to the beginning. We full circle now. For 3 years, Crawford don't deserve no Spanish fight. He don't deserve it. Hey, he don't deserve it. But Mikey Garcia deserved it. Well, what did he do?
What did he do?
He beat Robert Easter?
What did he do to get a fight before? Danny ain't done shit.
And that's why I'm agitated. I'm like, yo, don't let this shit take you away from the fact that Errol never wanted it. It couldn't be done because he never wanted it ever. Motherfucker sat there for 3. He don't deserve Errol Spence, but Mikey does.
I think. Look, here's the thing, right? When a lot of them fighters were on Golden Boy, I think they were more willing to take the fight. I think Al turned them. I think Al used his beefs and his gripes, and he made them soft.
I agree.
Overpaid. Well, not overpaid. He paid them what he paid them, maybe over their market value, and he had an agenda to do that.
Now look, Leo Santa Cruz has been getting $1 million a fight, by my estimation, as far back as 2015, 2014. He was never. What? He gets more than Choco? This guy. Bro. You killed that whole crop. You killed it. You didn't know how to keep it. You didn't know how to keep him sharp. Period. So when I look at that whole situation, I'm like, the difference maker, the game changer would have been, and I wholeheartedly believe, if Crawford versus Porter would have done 350, right? Y'all can't talk shit to that man. Those are Spencer's best numbers. You better do that fight. You better do that fight. But nah, the people that supposedly wanted it, they didn't buy it because they never really wanted it. What you really wanted was to protect Spence. You didn't actually want Crawford to fight Sean. You didn't care if he fought him or not, so long as Spence doesn't fight him, because you don't want to be wrong. I don't care about being wrong. Shit.
When these fights don't happen, who gains from these situations? Is there some sort of betting line to say, it's never gonna happen, and then someone catches out? I don't know.
When Beats said Daniel Dubois is not what I think he is, right? At no point did you hear me, he don't need to fight Joe Joyce. Why he fuck Joyce? Fuck him. Nah, you're not gonna hear that. Man, make the fight. Fuck that shit.
And let's see what he's got.
See what he got.
Yeah.
Now these cats, they don't want to see Errol get beat because that's what happened.
He dominates.
Yeah, he get knocked out.
Then they tried to put Boots Ennis on Crawford after, innit?
They still are. He need to fight Boots. Because why did if see this is the, and my brain gets like Canelo has to fight everybody. He's the cash cow, but he doesn't have the right to choose. He has to fight everyone. Errol does not have to fight everyone, but he's the cash cow also. He is a cat. So he don't even have the same responsibilities as Canelo, even though he draws less than Canelo. Errol does not have to fight Boots. But Canelo has to fight everyone. Everyone.
It's a sad state of affairs when you stop or knock out like the last 4 or 5 opponents, and the guy that you want to get in the ring, his fans are still trying to slide him out of the situation. Like me personally, I'm against anyone that doesn't want the fight.
Yeah,
we have to see the fights.
Me too.
My focus as a boxing fan is to see the fight. I don't. Who wins? Who loses? It's great, bro. Great.
The thing is, when I support a fighter and I think he can get knocked out in a fight, and I'm hoping he doesn't, because that makes it exciting. I want him to be in a fight where I think he can get beaten.
Yo, I thought Oscar Valdez was gonna get killed by Burchell, right? But I was wrong, and it was a great fucking ass whoop. That was a great ass. He beat the shit out of Burchell, and he knocked his ass out. It's cool, man. You could be wrong, but can we get a fight? What if Murata, right? Most people, they're picking Golovkin, right? What if Murata in Japan, he just pulls the samurai upset of all upsets of ever in Japanese boxing history, and he fucking punches Golovkin head clean off? That's great shit. Yo, he fucking beat fucking Golovkin.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers don't want to see fights. They don't want to see Arrowvert because they know, yo, bro, that dude is going to get fucking washed, bro. He will get washed. And then you ain't going to have shit to watch because you wasn't supporting Crawford. Really, you're not even supporting Spence because what did the last pay-per-view do? 225? And you can't make excuses because the UFC did 1 million pay-per-views that same year in 2020 in the pandemic. You can't make excuses, bro. It's some weird, I'm telling you, it's some weird shit going on, and these motherfuckers don't want nothing. The problem. They don't. Spencer's fans did not want him to fight Crawford. They never please.
But here's the truth, right? The man's got a detached retina. You don't go and fight Terence Crawford without a couple of warm-ups if you got a detached retina.
Of course. But if you have maintained the same position as I have, yo, that car accident, he would have beat you before that.
Yeah, he would have beat him anyway, yeah.
He would have beat you before that. If he would have, now let's say that the succession of fights was car accident, Danny Garcia, Terence Crawford. Okay, he'd have beat you then. Now the succession of fights became car accident, Danny Garcia, Manny Pacquiao, but your eye almost fell out. Okay, now I know that he will fuck you up. He will fuck you up.
Like with Canelo, man, like I like the David Benavidez and Charlo thing. You need to fight him or your ligaments here legit. I just don't get. I don't get that.
It's the same. It's the same sick shit, yo. It's the same sick. Charlo, man, come on, man. They put Charlo on all this arguing. I'm about to for all this arguing on Twitter. When they put Charlo on pay-per-view, right? The Charlo doubleheader, and the only reason I bought it was because of the Rosario fight at 154. I bought the fight. Did y'all buy the fight? Nah. So you don't even really support that guy.
And the one I certainly don't get. Like, he's not. See, they're trying to say he's going to take on Charlo rather than Makabu because Makabu. Listen, Makabu. If anyone who believes that Charlo is a harder fight than Makabu or Benavidez really needs some therapy.
I said that.
No way.
I said that. Why am I supposed to believe that Charlo is a harder fight? Does Charlo hit harder than Makabu?
Well, why ain't more 160 and 168 pounders challenging cruiserweights then?
Exactly.
Even the same ones.
It's easy, right? So go up there. Instead of fighting Montiel that don't nobody give a shit about, it's easy. Go be Makabu.
Let me tell you this now. To any 168 pound listening, the cruiserweights ain't got much of a profile. They'd love to see any of you boys from Top Rank or PBC come up there and challenge them. Any of you. And get a payday.
A dude that goes 12 rounds with one. Oh, he's too good for Makabu. He wasn't too good for Montiel. Too good for Makabu.
Makabu would leave a piece of them boys' brains hanging out, man. But Benavidez
This is stupid shit I'm talking like, yo. We literally saw David Benavidez. He comes forward, he squares up, both shoulders facing Gavril, walks into a hook. But no, he's too good for Makabu. He's clearly too good. Makabu got beat by Belly. And what does David? I have a question. Does David Benavidez have a better resume than Tony Bellew? Can he go to heavyweight?
No.
And can he be like a David Hay, like not really like a prime guy, but can he? Because he got dropped by Gavril.
See,
and Gavril ain't shit.
Have him in, man. Like Makabu had my guy on the deck, Bellew on the deck, and Bellew gave Usyk, the current champion, a good fight.
But I'm supposed to believe that no, these guys ain't good because
Benavidez could beat Tony Bellew and Charlotte. No, they couldn't. No, they couldn't.
But wasn't Plant meant to be like the hope of PBC to beat Canelo?
Let's put Caleb Plant in with Makabu.
Exactly. Go ahead, put him in there. Put shoulder roll.
Yeah.
You can't hit me. Have a shoulder. And I'm rolling. You can't hit me. Shoulder roll. Activate. Motherfuckers that really picked this man. They really picked this man to beat Canelo.
And when the fight was going on, they were saying, "Oh, Plant is up. Plant is up." And in my head, I was thinking, "Are we all watching the same fight? Are we?"
Yeah, they said he was up.
So that immediately after, and I said this, I don't care what nobody tell me. Watch the Billy Joe Saunders fight. Watch the Plant fight. The Plant fight lasted a little longer. You know why? Plant wasn't really fighting. Billy was fighting. Billy was in the center of the ring doing his Billy shit. He got caught. I ain't gonna front. And to me, quit. You're not gonna sit here and tell me Plant, basic ass Plant. Come on.
See, the thing is, man, I've been watching Makabu when he knocked out Glenn Johnson and beat Matuna. I've been watching him from then. I watched him from Belly. Makabu can fight, and he beats some great cruiserweight. See the guys fight who Cody's fighting next. Everyone say, "Oh, this is a really good fight for a Cody," and Makabu beat him in the title defense.
Now, everybody was saying Canelo's choosing the weakest cruise. The weakest cruiserweight is not Makabu's. That's how I know. That's how I know you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The weakest cruiserweight is Arsene Goulamari. That's the weakest cruiserweight champion.
Hey, there's no guarantee that a Cody beats a Makabu. There's no guarantee.
You know what I'm saying? You talking about guys making an assessment on a fighter they don't watch, in a division they don't watch.
Right.
And that's kind of a conversation is childish. It's childish, bro. Like, you don't watch that dude. If you don't know if he's good, can you at least watch? Oh, Tony Bellew. Yeah, Tony Bellew. That fought at heavyweight. Right? It wasn't a lot, but yo, he fought David Haye. What's the better one? Please tell me. 2 Ronald Gavril fights are upsetting the odds 2 times at heavyweight against David Haye.
The fact that they don't understand that a 168-pounder going up to 200 pounds to fight a world champion. Listen, I remember Joe Calzaghe coming up, and I can't remember who he fought. A British level guy at cruiser, and the guy was just fucking big. And Joe struggled with the guy's mass and weight. If you think it's easy to let me see some 168-pounders go up there and 175-pounders go up there. Let's see it.
They know the only thing that David has that I see, and I hate to say it because I don't like speaking prematurely, but all I see that you have is you're bigger than the other super middleweights. That's it. You're bigger. So go to light heavyweight. Beat her to a better beat. It's easy. Do it.
No way.
Hey,
No way.
Easy. It's not easy, bro.
Do it. Oh, no, you know what? Fuck them Russians. Go up there to fucking cruise. It's easy. Do it. It's easy. That's how y'all selling this shit. It's so easy. Canelo, he wanted for cherry pick.
There's a reason Canelo is the only 168-pounder in recent times who's challenged the cruiserweight. And there's a reason for that. Because you'll get knocked the fuck out. Most of them, you get knocked. I don't care who it is. Listen, let him go fight Chris Billiam Smith from the UK at cruiser.
Because size, no, because weight classes don't matter. Like, weight classes don't matter, right? It don't matter. Charlo like this in the 12th, backing up like this in the, like, bruh, that motherfuckers is crazy. Juan Montiel got you looking crazy out here.
Makabu is no preparation fight for nobody. Makabu could be life and death for you. It's no preparation. You don't fight Makabu. It's no preparation fight. Sorry.
Motherfucker over here covering up earmuffs on because of Juan Montiel, but he'll beat Makabu, right? Come on, bitch. This shit is child. That's why I like, yo, man. Look, man. I like just doing the relay videos because sometimes I don't like to argue about a lot of just silly ass. Like, that's silly, bro. Y'all just watch this dude with Montiel, with Adams. He couldn't Matt Vey couldn't miss him with the left hand. He couldn't miss him, but he gonna beat Makabu. He posts why? Why is he better than Makabu?
When
why?
people critiquing the Makabu fight, I realize that most people just don't even not understand the basics on boxing. They don't even get it.
You see, the problem is even if Canelo beats Benavides, they're gonna bring another name and they're gonna say, but he hasn't beat Charlo, like he's running away from Charlo. Okay, so if he beats them two, now they're gonna bring another name from the sky and say that he's gotta go and beat them now.
Yeah.
When does it stop?
Never.
When?
Never. Because and it's not blameless, you understand. I know where it comes from. It's because Floyd couldn't catch a break. The idea, right? And this is stupid, but it is because Floyd couldn't catch a break. Floyd fought in the biggest pay-per-views, period, right? When he fought Cotto, man, don't tell me Cotto was old, bro. Don't tell me that. But that's what people said. They said, oh, man, he was old. Man, he's younger than Floyd. How come on. How do you sound making that excuse? Man, he's old. He's old. He's younger than Floyd, bro.
See, the thing is, like, Canelo done okay in the fight. That's the thing. He done okay. He just wasn't good in it. He done okay, and he learned from it.
Nobody wants to be honest. Like, look, Canelo lost. It's okay. He lost. It's fine, bro. I don't know. He wasn't too young. He was 23. He was not too young. He was 23. He had a belt in 40-something fights. 42. He was not too young. He was
actually in the old school. That would have been you lost to the best fighter of your generation. You know what I mean? That's an asset on your resume. That's good. That's a badge of honor.
These are not boxing people that say that shit because Marquez lost his first fight. Henry Armstrong lost 3 of his first 5 fights or 3 of his first 10. Bernard Hopkins lost his professional day. It's okay. So you want to say
lost a few. Klitschko
Corey
lost
Sanders. Corey Sanders, Lamont Brewster.
Yeah.
It's okay. But these are not boxing people because if you're boxing people and you know that's common, not like, yo, motherfuckers lose fights, bro. That shit, yeah, that's it happens. Yeah, when you fight the best fighters, that's gonna happen, right? It's not for you to take the piss. Yeah, he lost to the number 1 pound for pound fighter in the world at that time. And you wanna, it's like if Floyd was the number 1 pound for pound fighter at that time, right? How is that a bad thing that he lost to him? How?
Not at all. You know what I mean? Not at all. Like he done his best, man. Done his best, and he just came up a little short. It is what it is.
And it ain't even because he was too young. No, he's not too young because you know what it is. Canelo was the same age that Gervonta Davis was when Vasyl Lomachenko started calling him out. I gave Floyd credit for beating Canelo. No, he's not too young. He was a world champion. The same would have applied to Lomachenko and Gervonta Davis. In their mind, it didn't work that way. Canelo was too young. Gervonta Davis wasn't too young to fight Vasyl Lomachenko, in your opinion. So how was Canelo too young to fight Floyd Mayweather? It doesn't work like that. My energy is the same. If Loma if he would have fought Loma in 2017 and got his ass beat, yeah, I'd have gave Loma credit.
I credit. Billy Joe, but his eyes messed up, man. I'd like to see Caleb Plant. That'd be a good fight.
Yeah, it's like I'm not, Mike won the heavyweight world title, and I say this all the time. Mike won a heavyweight world title at 20. All right. Wilfredo Benitez won his first world title at 17. You want me to coddle a 23-year-old man?
No. It's time to let him off the leash now.
Now, Tank, he's 28. Oh, 27. He's gonna be 20.
Don't talk about him like the 28-year-old though.
27, bro.
Talk about him like he's in diapers, man.
They don't realize when Canelo fought Golovkin, how old was he? 27.
Yeah.
And you want me to sit here playing these? That's saying that he fought Floyd already, Trout already, fucking Cotto already, and Golovkin. And we can't get Davis in a. I don't have time for that shit, B.
No.
I have time for. He's not a child. He's grown. Coming up on 30.
Talk about Tank like he's a prospect. He's not a prospect, man.
Motherfucker, you see Haney? Haney is young. He's younger than David. He's young. Ryan is young. The fucking Lopez is young, but he still fought Loma, but he was young when he fought him. He's motherfucker. Like, we gotta get Gervonta the applesauce. Get him the split peas in the app. Like, really, bro? That's a grown ass man, bro. Stop.
They're gonna ruin his prime, man. That's what they're gonna do.
You know the funny thing is, if Tank declared himself available for business, Eddie would make that fight today, belt on the line and all.
Yeah.
But they don't want the smoke.
Oh man, they can put that on pay-per-view, brother. I'd pay.
Look,
I'd pay.
Ryan Garcia versus Javante. Yeah, I'll pay. If it's Devin Haney versus, yeah, I'll pay. Why not? Why not? If it's Davis, if it's and this is a stretch because I don't really think he deserves my money. But if you say, yo, Kambosos versus Davis, Showtime pay-per-view, 74 night, yeah, I'll pay. I'll pay.
See, they're working backwards. Like, there's a lot of I'll pay fights in 135, right? But you want to give us back Barrios and Thurman.
That's so, and you know what's so backwards about it? A fight like that, because Thurman has always done great TV ratings. Always did great. He always, like literally, he always has great TV ratings. Put his comeback fight on regular Fox so that everybody could see it. You put it behind a paywall, like motherfuckers is excited about him.
You know one thing I want to put to you, right? Floyd, was known for having exciting fights, breaking records on pay-per-view numbers, making a lot of money in these fights and whatnot. But now he's behind the scenes, he's managing fighters, he's promoting fights and whatnot. And now I'm looking at him as part of the problem because he's allowing fighters to not fight the fights that people want. He's just, I don't know what they're trying to do by swerving all these fights. I really don't know what they're actually trying to achieve.
They're trying to, to me, they're trying to salvage the company. They're trying to salvage the company. When I hear that, oh, fighters are not getting their whole purses, what that sounds like is, okay, so you're taking a portion of the fighter's purse, you're taking a portion of it, and maybe you're reinvesting it into an account to keep the company afloat. Either that or you're about to steal their money. You're doing something with that money. And I said this the last live I did. When you think about how much money Al Heyman had when the PBC first came out, and then you look at the fights that they actually made, bro, you could not have spent that much money on that shit. It's not possible. Danny Garcia versus Rod Selka?
Yeah.
You stole that. I'm swearing. I'm like, yo, you stole that money, bro. You stole it. And you probably getting ready to steal more because it don't add, like, bro, you cannot fritter away that much money. You know, with the money that they gave Eddie, right? We at least got Ramirez versus Hooker, didn't we? We at least got fucking some Joshua fights. We got some Joshua fights, you know what I mean? The kind of money that the zone been playing with in America, we got some unifications, some titles. We got a lot of good shit.
Don't sing too much yet though, because if they buy this BT thing, subscriptions are going up,
bro. That's a game changer in the UK. They gonna have all the sports fans. They are, period. And that market, because sport is big. See, like I remember hearing that NFL numbers are down, for example, in America. In general, sports is not the same draw they used to be. They're not. It's not limited to boxing.
Yeah.
So when you think about boxing and how niche it is, bro, the welterweight division didn't get its Super Bowl. It didn't. We never got Crawford versus Spence.
No, we didn't.
The lightweight division. What was the light? Well, first the super featherweight division. The Super Bowl in the super featherweight division was Gervonta Davis and Vasyl Lomachenko. We didn't get that. Gervonta moves to lightweight. Okay, what was the Super Bowl there? I don't know. Maybe you do Haney versus Gervonta or Loma versus. You do something. We're not gonna get none of that. Mm-hmm. A sport that operates that way is like, yo, it's not a sport. Like, I don't know what the fuck that, bro. Y'all not even trying to make money no more. Now I don't know what y'all doing.
It's not supplying.
Like what do you do? Like, what are you doing?
And they see like you see what like I'll pay for that. We all say we pay for fights, but they won't make them. They make fights that we don't want to pay for. You know what I mean? I don't get that.
Thurman, right? All right, let's say you fight Mario Barrios. You beat Mario Barrios. That was your tune-up fight. what the network should be saying, and a lot of people aren't gonna like this, but you know what shit costs, bro? Shit costs. Thurman, you need to fight Boots.
Yeah.
You need to fight Boots, bro. You had your tune-up fight, bro. What the fuck do you think we're running here, bro? You need to fight Boots.
Like Boots versus Thurman at the same price Ortiz and Martin was. That to me, that looks like a good business plan to me.
I mean, because Floyd fought Gaddy on pay-per-view, right? And I kind of like, okay, right? Okay. So you do that as okay, fine. If Barrios versus Thurman on regular Fox and then Thurman versus Boots on pay, okay. You better have a solid undercard.
Yeah.
I need Leo Santa Cruz and Gary Russell Jr. on that. I need that. It's a unification match. And those are your guys, both of them. Those are your guys. I need that. But the way they doing it, bro, y'all crazy. You literally trying to convince people they don't want to see some shit and offering some shit they don't want to see. What planet is this?
No one's understanding it right now. No one's understanding it.
I'm gonna go eat lunch, gentlemen. Always a pleasure.
All right.
Peace, man.
Peace. You know what I mean?